Gamar Chatima Tova, everyone. Boker Tov. Shana Tova, Good Yantif. We are here, please God, thank God, for another Yom Kippur, a chance for us to really, as Rabbi Jenny stated before, to come home. Teshuvah, repentance, can mean to kind of return, but it can mean to kind of like to come back. And here on Yom Kippur, the point is to take a lot of time, not just a little time, but a lot of time, with a lot of prayers and a lot of reflection over the course of a 25-ish hour day, to really reflect on our lives, where we are, where we hoped to be but aren't, where have we fallen short, where are we very grateful, what things are we deeply, deeply grateful for amongst the struggles of ourselves and the world. A chance for us to come home to who we are, to come home with the souls of those who are no longer with us in this world physically. We look at all the lights on the memorial tablets. We know there are so many people upon whose shoulders we stand that are here with us on this Yom Kippur. All of them are in our home here at Beth Mar, spiritually. All the Jewish people out the world, we're all trying to come home, to find out and remember who we truly are and who we truly wish to be. So today's prayers, as we lead you through in the Machzor, they are beautiful. The poetry is deeply spiritual. There's wisdom. It's our people's wisdom of generations. But if you find yourself wandering from time to time, lose your page, little thought here, it's okay. Totally normal. The point here is to definitely not be distracted. If you're a little distracted from the Siddur, it's okay, the Machzor, but to look inside your heart. Take your time to offer the prayer that you need to offer, to have the conversation with the power beyond that you need to have, the reflection on the mistakes you made that you need to have and do and reflect on. That's why it takes time. It's not all going to happen in a minute, but by the end of Yom Kippur, please God, we will all be forgiven, enlightened, and ready for the new year to come. So with that, we begin on page 37. We rise together for the blessings of gratitude, blessings upon arising, Birchot HaShachar.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan l'sachvivina levchimenu v'la'ala.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shasani b'tzalmo.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam she'asani Yisrael.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shasani ben chorim.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam pokeach ivrim.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam malbish arumim.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam matir asurim.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam zokev kefufim.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam roka haaretz al hamayim.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shasa li kol tzorki.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamechin mitzatei kaveh.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam ozei Yisrael bigvura.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam Oter Yisrael b'tifara.
Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hanoten le'ahev goa.
Amen.
Remain standing, page 47. Continue with Baruch She'amar.
Baruch She'amar ve'yaolam Baruch hu Baruch v'seh v'shim Yachid Che'olamim Melech Meshubach Umfad Yad Shemo HaGadol Baruch atah Adonai Melech Me'olal Batishbachu.
Amen. You may be seated.
We're going to continue with Psukei de Zimra, with these verses from Psalms, as a way of truly arriving here in this moment. Many of us have arrived in our seats, which is a huge achievement, but we're also still waking up. Many of us are without coffee this morning, and we need some time to truly awaken our souls. So we're going to continue on page 44 with the beautiful Psalm 27. About 7 lines down from the top of the page, Achat Sha'alti. And the reason why we repeat these lines over and over and over again, I think, is because these words, Achat Sha'alti, the one thing we ask for is to be able to just sit here in God's house, which, by the way, is not just this sanctuary, but also those who are on live stream, wherever you are, wherever we are in this house, this body that we live in, and able to sit and just practice our being. We live in a world that is obsessed with doing and producing and achieving. There is nothing for us to do today, only to practice our being here and now in these bodies, with these souls, with the Holy One. So we join together for Achat Sha'alti, about 7 lines down from the top on 44. Achat Sha'alti met Adonai od avakesh. Achat Sha'alti met Adonai od avakesh. Shivti bevet Adonai kol yemei hayat. Lachazot benoam benoam Adonai ulevaker be'halo. Lachazot benoam benoam Adonai ulevaker be'halo. We continue on page 65. Again, about 7 lines down from the top, in the middle of the line, we chant the words of our tradition, Ozi v'zimratiyah, vayihi li lishu'ah. Ozi, my strength. Each one of us has a strength within us. And we balance that with zimratiyah, with God's song. And God willing, together, in partnership with the Holy One, we find the way to heal the parts of ourselves that need healing, to find the courage to improve the parts of ourselves that need improving. We do this in relationship and in connection. Ozi v'zimratiyah, vayihi lishu'ah. Ozi v'zimratiyah, vayihi lishu'ah. invite everyone to take a deep breath, Neshima Mukar. As we prepare for Nishmat Kol Chai, page 67, the soul breath of every single one of us gathered here and beyond offers our gratitude for the gift of life, for the gift of being together, for the gift of prayer, for the gift of the chance to make things better in the new year. Nishmat kol chai tivadeh shimcha Adonai Eloheinu Hodel matzir mafarnes berachem b'chol yitzchak Yilufin amalei shirak ממצרים גאלתנו אדוני כל עוצמתי תאמרנה אדוני
Bottom 68.
נהללך ונשבחך ונברכך ונברך את שם קודשך כאמור לדוד ברכי נפשי אדוני וכל קרבי את שם קודשו האל בתעצומות עוזך הגדול בכבוד שמך הגיבור לנצח והנורא בנורותיך.
Page 69, Hamelech.
Shema וכתוב לנו צדיקים באדוני לישרים נאווה תהילה בפי שרים תתרומם ובדברי צדיקים תתברך ובלשון חסידים תתקדש ובקרב קדושים תתעלה ובמקלות רבבות עמך בית ישראל להודות, להלל, לשבח, לפאר, למרומם מהדל, לברך, לקלס, על כל דברי שירות ותשבחות, דוד בן ישי, עבדך משיחך, ישתבח שמך לעד מלכנו,
מלך הגדול הקדוש בשמיים.
ברכות והודאות מעתה ועד עולם, ברוך אתה אדוני, אל מלך גדול בתשבחות, אל ההודאות אדון הנפלאות, הבוחר בשירי זמרה מלך העולמים. יתגדל ויתקדש מרבה, ילמד דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי, בהיכון ויום בהון ובחיי תכל בית ישראל, בגלה וזמן קריב אמרו אמן. ישמרה ברע לעולם ועולם היה יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתעלש וקודשה בריחו לילה לילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה Damiran Bilma Vimru. Amen.
We now have concluded the opening section of our davening, of our service. We now turn to page 71, call and response to the Baruch Hu, gathering us together, a slight bow of humility before the ark, page 71.
Baruch Hu et Adonai HaMevorach.
Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam vo'ed.
Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam vo'ed.
You may be seated.
We continue preparing for the Shema with a blessing which invites us to contemplate the gift of creation, of darkness, of light, of everything in between. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hapotech lanu she'arei rachamim umeir einei hamechakim lislichato yotzeror uvorei choshech עושה שלום וברא את הכל, אור עולם ואוצר חיים, אורות מאופל, המר ואין.
Continue now the blessings of creation, page 72, and then skips to 75. Amen. כולם מקבים, המאום ושמי זה לזה, נושים זה לזה, קדוש, 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 נעצור, ברוך כבוד המקום לנו, פועלו ספר שבל נחמו, ומעשה מישהו. Bottom 75.
אור חדש הציון תאיר, ונזכה כולנו מהרה לאורו, ברוך אתה אדוני, יוצר המאורות.
Amen. Now continue on page 76, prayer of God's love. That God gave us not only love, but gave us the Torah as a sign of love, of care for us. It's customary to bring our four kanfot, the four tzitziot, together and bind them as one, because we were preparing for Shema Yisrael. So we go right from 76 directly into the Shema, from love into the Shema Yisrael, a statement of God's oneness. And this is the one time of year where we not only chant out loud the Shema Yisrael, but also Baruch Shem Kavod, recognizing God's sovereignty over the world, the one time just like it was done in the temple thousands of years ago. So we bind our tzitzit, 76, from God's love into Shema Yisrael.
Avinu Malkeinu,
Avinu Shalom, Abba Kavod Aretz, Todechinu Tzitzim, Kibushuatanu.
וקרבתנו לשמך קדוש באמת, להודות לך ולייחדך באהבה, ברוך אתה אדוני, הבוחר בעמו ישראל, באהבה. Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודך, והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבבך, ושיננת על לבבך ודיברת בם, בשבתך בביתך ולדתך בדרך, ובשוכבך ובקומך, וקשרתם להיות על ידיך, והיו לטוטפו בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובישעריך.
Continue to the top of page 78. ואם שמוע תשמעו אל מצוותיי יום הכול אבנך דודי זלזל שם לכם בין יזל דבר ותשכו חבנה ודבר ותסתר חיים מנחם תרדם את זה רבי שם לא תתאו איך לבן תסכו Continue the top of page 80, Tehilot le'Elyon.
תהילות לאל עליון, ברוך הוא מבורך, משה ומרים ובני ישראל לחנו שירה בשמחה רבה ואמרו
כולם מי כמוך באים אדוני, מי כמוך נדר בקודש, נורדי לו אוסף
שירה חדשה שיבחו גאולים לשמך שפת הים, יחד כולם עוד ובימליכו ואמרו אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד. צור ישראל קומה בעזרת ישראל, ופדחנו ממך יהודה וישראל, גואלנו אדוני צבאות שמו, קדוש ישראל, ברוך אתה אדוני גאל ישראל.
So everybody place our feet together and face the ark towards Jerusalem, or to the eastern wall. Pages 252 we're beginning on. 252 we now switch directly to the Yom Kippur amida, first of the Shacharit. We'll be davening and praying the first few blessings of the amida together, the standing prayer, and the rest is done silently. It includes, as I noted last night, the confessional, where it's customary to beat one's chest, the ashamnu and the alchet. But of course, remember, this is your opportunity. It's an exploration, each of us on a spiritual journey. It's a chance for us to look back on our year, perhaps go back all the way to last Yom Kippur. What places are we challenged? Where have we fallen short? Where do we want to forgive others or forgive ourselves? It's a chance to go on that journey and to use the time of the prayers. If you get held on one word or one phrase, that's the point. It's to spur you to add your own prayer into them. But we begin together as a congregation, pages 252. In the next few pages, I'll guide you, and the rest will be silent amida. Baruch Shemo
Eloheinu, Eloi Avotenu Imotenu, Eloi Avraham, Eloi Yitzchak, Eloi Yaakov, Eloi Sarah, והנורא אל עליון, גומל חסד חסדים
טובים
וקונה הכל וזוכר חסדי אבות ואימות ומביא גואל לבני בניהם למען שמו מסוד חכמים ונבונים ומלמד דת מבינים הבטחה פי בתפילה ובתחנונים לחלות ולחנן פני מלך מלא רחמים מוחל וסולח לעוונים זוהרנו לחיים מלך חפץ בחיים זוהרנו לחיים מלך חפץ בחיים והוד ואלו והוד ואלו בספר החיים למענך אלוהים חיים מלך עוזר ופוקר מושיע ומגן ברוך אתה אדוני
ברוך שמו
מגן אברהם ופוקד צרה אתה גיבור לעם אדוני מחיים מתים אתה רב להושיע מחגל חיים וחסד וחיים מתים ורבים רבים solemn lovely eroven olim umatirasurim umekayem emunato ishene afar michamocha bar gvurot umito melach מלך ממית מחיה ומצמיח ישועה מיכמוך עבר רחמים זוכר צוריו לחיים ורחמים ונאמן אתה לחיות מתים ברוך אתה אדוני
ברוך שמו
מחיי המתים
Continue with the Kedusha on page 257.
ובכן ולך תעלה קדושה כי אתה אלוהינו מלך מורחל וסולח נריצך ונקדישך כסוד שיח שרפי קודש המקדישים שמך בקודש ככתוב על הנביאך וקרא זה על זה ואמר קדוש 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 הפנאי אצלו מלוא כל הארץ כבודו מלא עולם משרתיו שורים זה לזה היה מקום כבודו לעומתם ברוך יאמרו ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו יפם ברחמים ויכון עמם יחדים שמו ערב הבוקר בכל יום תמיד פעמיים יבוא שמה אומרים שמה ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד הוא אלוהינו הוא אבינו הוא מלכנו הוא מושיענו והוא ישמיענו ברחמיו שנדלה לכל חי להיות לכם לאלוהים ואני אדוני אלוהיכם אדיר אדירנו אדוני אדוננו מה אדיר
שמך בכל הארץ, ויהיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו אחד, ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור, ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהי ציון לדור ודור, הללויה. לדור ודור נגיד קודלך, ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, ושבחך אלוהינו בנו לשלם ועד, כי על מלך גדול וקדוש אתה, ברוך אתה אדוני המלך הקדוש.
Continue to silent prayer through page 270.
ופרנסה טובה, ניזכר וניכתב לפניך, אנחנו וכל עמך בית ישראל לחיים טובים ולשלום. ברוך אתה אדוני
Baruch Shemo.
עושה השלום.
Amen. We turn back in our Machzorim to page 262 for Shema Kolenu. Hear our voice, Adonai our God. Be kind and have compassion for us. Willingly and lovingly accept our prayer. Shema Kolenu.
שמע קולנו, אדוני אלוהינו, חוס ורחם עלינו, וקבל ברחמים וברצון את תפילתנו. השיבנו אדוני אליך ונשובה, חדש חדש ימינו כקדם.
We turn to page 263 on the left side of the page. Let's read together from the top. Our God and God of our ancestors,
Forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement.
For we are your people, and you are our God. We are your children, and you are our parent. We are your servants, and you are our master. We are a congregation, and you are our portion. We are your heritage, and you are our destiny. We are your flock, and you are our shepherd. We are your vineyard, and you are our guardian. We are your creatures, and you are our creator. We are your spouse, and you are our beloved. We are your cherished ones, and you are near to us. We are your people, and you are our sovereign. We are the ones you address, and you are the one to whom we speak.
כי אנו
Amen. Ata Eloheinu, anu avanecha v'ata. Avinu anu avadecha v'ata Adoneinu, anu ne'alecha v'ata. Chelkeinu anu anachledecha v'ata Noraleinu, anu tzonecha v'ata. Roheinu anu charmecha v'ata notreinu, anu feulatecha v'ata yotzreinu, anu arayatecha v'ata dodeinu, anu segulatecha v'ata Kerubeinu, anu amecha v'ata mageinu, anu mamirecha v'ata mamirenu. We now rise and turn to page 264 for the short confession, followed by the Alchet. Let's read together the sins and alphabet of our woes. On the top left side, page 264 at the top, together. We abuse, we betray, we are cruel, we destroy, we embitter, we falsify, we gossip, we hate, we insult, we jeer, we kill, we lie, we mock, we neglect, we oppress, we pervert, we quarrel, we rebel, we steal, we transgress, we are unkind, we are violent, we are wicked, we are extremists, we yearn to do evil, we are zealous for bad causes. Ashamnu. Ashamnu קבענו שקייצנו רע, כי עזבנו לעצמנו, ניאצנו, שררנו, אבינו, פשענו, צררנו, קישינו אוהב, רשענו, שירתנו, תייבנו, טעינו, תיתנו. We now continue with the longer confession on page 266. As we did last night, responsively, I will read the bold in the congregation with Rabbi Jenny in the italics. And we begin each line with Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha. Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, and then we complete the English. You'll get used to it. It goes like this. Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, unwillingly and willingly.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך through hardening our hearts.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, thoughtlessly.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך in idle chatter.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through sexual immorality.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך openly and in private.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, knowingly and deceitfully.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך by the way we talk.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by defrauding others.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך in our innermost thoughts.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through forbidden trysts.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך through empty confession.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by scorning parents and teachers.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך by purposely and not by mistake.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by resorting to violence.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך by public desecration of your name.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through foul speech.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך through foolish talk.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through pursuing the impulse to evil.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך wittingly and unwittingly.
Together,
For all these sins, forgiving God, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement.
Kulam Elohaz aliya, shlag lanu, alanu, karenu. Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through denial and deceit.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך by taking bribes.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by clever cynicism.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך by speaking ill of others.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by the way we do business.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך in our eating and drinking.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by greed and oppressive interest.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך through arrogance.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, in everyday conversation.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך through conspiratorial glances.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through condescension.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך through stubbornness.
Together, for all these sins, forgiving God, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement. Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by throwing off all restraint.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך by rashly judging others.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by plotting against others.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך through selfishness.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through superficiality.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך through stubbornness.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by rushing to do evil.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך through gossip.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through empty promises.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך through baseless hatred.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by betraying trust.
ועל חטא שחטאנו לפניך by succumbing to the confusion.
Together, for all these sins, forgiving God, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement. Now turn to page 271 as the ark is open. Most beautiful prayers in our tradition, most powerful prayers through our history. Avinu Malkeinu. Let's begin responsibly on the left side of the page. Avinu Malkeinu, we have sinned in your presence.
Avinu Malkeinu, we have no sovereign but you.
Avinu Malkeinu, act toward us kindly in accord with your name.
Avinu Malkeinu, make this a good new year for us.
Avinu Malkeinu, annul every harsh decree against us.
Avinu Malkeinu, nullify the designs of our foes.
Avinu Malkeinu, frustrate the plots of our enemies.
Avinu Malkeinu, rid us of every oppressor and adversary.
Avinu Malkeinu, rid your covenanted people of disease, war, hunger, captivity, and destruction.
Avinu Malkeinu, forgive and pardon all our sins.
Avinu Malkeinu, do not look toward our sins and transgressions, blot them out.
Avinu Malkeinu, return us to your presence fully penitent.
Avinu Malkeinu, send complete healing to the sick among your people.
Avinu Malkeinu, remember us favorably.
Avinu Malkeinu, inscribe us for good in the book of life.
Avinu Malkeinu, inscribe us in the book of redemption.
Avinu Malkeinu, inscribe us in the book of sustenance.
Avinu Malkeinu, inscribe us in the book of merit.
Avinu Malkeinu, inscribe us in the book of forgiveness. Avinu Malkeinu, cause our salvation to flourish soon.
Avinu Malkeinu, cause your people Israel to be exalted.
Avinu Malkeinu, raise up your anointed with strength.
Avinu Malkeinu, hear our voice, be kind, sympathize with us.
Avinu Malkeinu, accept our prayer willingly and lovingly.
Avinu Malkeinu, do not turn us away empty-handed.
Avinu Malkeinu, remember that we are but dust.
Avinu Malkeinu, have compassion for us, our infants and our children.
Avinu Malkeinu, do this for the sake of those who were martyred for your holy name.
Avinu Malkeinu, do this for the sake of those who were slaughtered for their exclusive devotion to you.
Avinu Malkeinu, do this for the sake of those who went through fire and water to sanctify your holy name.
Avinu Malkeinu, do this for your sake, if not for ours.
Together, Avinu Malkeinu, have mercy on us, answer us, for our deeds are insufficient. Deal with us charitably and lovingly, redeem us.
Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Konenu v'Haneinu, Yemanu ma'asim, Hasei imanu, Tzedaka v'chesed, Hasei imanu, Tzedaka v'chesed, ve'hoshienu, Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Avinu Malkeinu, Konenu v'Haneinu, ki emanu ma'asim, Hasei imanu, Tzedaka v'chesed, Hasei imanu, Tzedaka v'chesed, ve'hoshienu.
As the ark is closed, you may be seated, everyone. Kaddish Shalem, 272.
יתכתב
ויקדש שם רבה עמי ועלמא
תברח חירותי
וימליך מלכותי
איך האחרון
וביום אחד יבוא בית ישראל עגלה ובזמן גריב ויראו עמי שמי רבה וישתבח ויתרומם
ויתנזב
ויתהדר
ויתעלה
ויתעלה
שמר קודשה
בריחו לעילה לעילה ברכתה ושירתה תשבחתה ונחמתה ואמירה בעלמא אמן תתקבל צלותון אותון דכו ישראל קדם אבוהון
דיבי שמעיה ואימרו אמן
אמן שלום Amaraba min Shemaya Ve'akol Yisrael Shalom b'imroma, Shalom aleinu, ya 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 ya.
ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן.
So, Chevre, we are now preparing to take out the Sefer Torah, Seder Hotza'at Torah, page 274, Ein Kamocha.
אין כמוך אלוהים אדוני ואין כמעשיך מלכותך מלכות כל עולמים וממשלתך בכל דור ודור אדוני מלך אדוני מלך אדוני ימלך לעולם Adonai yivarech et amo v'shalom.
Ami etiva v'tzorcha et Zion tivnei omot Yerushalayim. Please rise.
ויהי מנשוא אהרון ויאמר משה קומה אדוני ויבוזו אויביך וינוסו משנאיך מפניך כי בציון תצא תורה כי בציון Torah, Udevar Adonai, Yerushalayim, Baruch Natan, Torah, Torah, Baruch Natan, Torah, Torah, Le'amo Yisrael,
Special on the Yamim Noraim, page 275 at the top, Adonai, Adonai.
Adonai, Adonai, Ra'um ve'hanun, Herech havayim, Herech chesed ve'emet, Notzer chesed la'alavim, Notzer avon v'avasha, V'chata v'nakeh, Adonai, Adonai, Erachum ve'chanun, Herech apayim, Herach chesed ve'emet, Notzer chesed la'alavim, Notzer avon v'avasha, V'chata v'nakeh, Adonai, Adonai, Erachum ve'chanun, Herech apayim, Herach chesed ve'emet, Notzer chesed la'alavim, Notzer avon v'avasha,
We now turn to page 276. We're going to chant the Shema Yisrael. It's a special melody for the High Holy Days. Rabbi Jenny will begin with the Shema, then will congregation respond back and forth with the two lines.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Elohim.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh v'Norah Shema.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kador v'Norah Shema.
Gadlul Adonai iti, unerom ema shemo, yachdav lecha Adonai hagedula ve'hagedura ve'ativeret ve'anetzach ve'ahod ki chol v'shamayim u'va'aretz ki chol v'shamayim u'va'aretz lecha Adonai הממלכה והמין נעשה לכל ראש לך אדוני הגדולה והגבורה והתפארת והנצח וההוד כי כל בשמיים ובארץ כי כל בשמיים ובארץ לך אדוני הממלכה והעמיד נעשה לכל ראש רוממו רוממו אדוני אלוהינו וישתחוו וישתחוו לדום רגליו קדוש הוא רוממו רוממו אדוני אלוהינו וישתחוו וישתחוו להור קודשו כי קדוש אדוני אלוהינו יאללה 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 יאללה
So this morning's Torah reading describes how the Yom Kippur rituals were carried out in ancient times. It involved goats and incense, animal blood, and priestly rituals behind mysterious curtains. Of course, for us, atonement looks a lot different. Sorry, folks, no scapegoats being walked off a small cliff in Umstead Park, or secret rituals behind the curtain of our ark. But if we read closely, we may indeed find connections between the Yom Kippur of old and our Yom Kippur observance today, thousands of years later. And noticing these threads of connection helps us feel a sense of continuity with the past, even as we adapt the wisdom of our tradition for our times. So in the Torah, we'll soon read that the Kohen, the priest, took off his colored robes with gold accents and wore white ones on Yom Kippur. So too, during the year, we dress ourselves up in accomplishments and social connections. But on Yom Kippur, we strip down to who we really are underneath all that. We embrace the simple and pure truth about ourselves, which is why many of us have chosen to wear white or a kittel or simple garments today. According to the Torah, the priest wants to help repair the world with the Yom Kippur sacrifice. But before he can do that, he must first make amends for himself and amends for the people closest to him. Only when things have been righted for himself and his family can he make a sacrifice on behalf of the entire people. So too, during the year, we often invest our efforts in who we are in public. But on Yom Kippur, we work on who we are in private and in our most intimate relationships. And finally, the ancient rituals of Yom Kippur took the entire day, leaving the high priest physically and emotionally exhausted. As such, he was escorted home by the community. So too, may our heartfelt prayers and rituals this day be in support of one another, so that we can accompany each other home later tonight in safety and peace, knowing we have given this sacred work our all. You can follow along with our Torah reading on page 278.
So we call first for our first aliyah to Torah. Alan and Ben King on page 278. We begin our reading. Vayazor v'agim v'shiosim v'v'nomar amein hakol havu godol elehuknu kavod la Torah yamod Natan ben Avram v'Sara l'aliyah rishona Baruch shatan to'alamo yisa b'dushato v'atem advikim Adonai Elohechem chayimochem hayom.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Leolam Baruchu et Adonai Hamvarach
Baruch Adonai le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Leolam va'ed Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher barecha banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato Baruch atah Adonai noten ha'Torah.
Amen.
Amen. Vaydaber Adonai el Moshe acharei mot shnei bnei Aharon bekorvatam lifnei Adonai v'yamutu vayomer Adonai el Moshe daber el Aharon achicha v'yavov v'choyet el HaKodesh מבית לפרוכת אל פני הכפורת אשר על הארון ולא ימות כי בענן יראה על הכפורת בזאת יבוא הארון אל הקודש בפר במבקר לחטאת ועילה, כתונת בת קודש יובש, ומכנסי וחד יהיו בשרו, ובאבני בת יחקור, ומצנפת בת יצנוף, בידי קודש הם, ורחץ במים, את בשרו ובשם, ומעד עדת בני ישראל ייקח, שני שעירי עזים לחטאת, ועיל אחד לעלה, asher lo, v'chipir mado, uvad beito.
Shekoya. Beautiful.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chai olam notah b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
So, we call for our second aliyah to the Torah. We're now on page 279, verse 7. Craig and Stacy Besher. Yamdu Sora Moria, Bat Mordechai V'chaya, V'chaim Ben Shlomo V'Leah Esther, L'aliyah Shenit, from verse 7, page 279.
Baruch
Adonai HaMevarach.
Baruch
Baruch Adonai HaMevarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. ולקח את שני השעירים והעמיד אותם לפני אדוני פתח אוהל מועד. ונתן אהרון על שני השעירים גורלות, גורל אחד לאדוני וגורל אחד לעזאזל. והקריב אהרון את השעיר אשר עלה עליו הגורל לאדוני, ועשהו חטאת. והשעיר אשר עלה עליו הגורל לעזאזל יעמד חי לפני אדוני לכפר עליו, ושלח אותו לעזאזל המדברה. והקריב אהרון את פר החטאת אשר לו, וכיפר בעדו ועד ביתו, ושחט את פר החטאת אשר לו.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayolim notant b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Shekog Besh is beautiful on this side here today. Shkoyach, Shkoyach. Tov, our third aliyah, we are calling forward a special honoree, the Daniel Satiski Memorial Aliyah. Daniel Satiski, may rest in peace, an incredible leader in our congregation. Karen Bograd is that honoree. Daniel Satiski had incredible care for children, and you can see that as his name's dedicated to our education building, and just a real leader everywhere in our congregation. Karen, we are honored to give you this special aliyah. Ta'amod Hadassah Tshuva Bat Avram V'Sara Al Aliyah Shlishit, verse 12, page 279.
Baruch Adonai HaMevarach.
Baruch Adonai Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai HaMevarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. ולקח מלוך המחתג האש מעל המזבח מלפני אדוני ומלוא אופניו כתורת סמים דקה והביא מבית לפרוכת ונתן את הקטורת על האש לפני אדוני וכיסה ענן הקטורת את הכפורת אשר על העדות ולא ימות ולקח מדם הפר והיזב אצבעו על פני הכפורת קדמה ולפני הכפורת יזה 7 פעמים מן הדם באצבעו ושחט את ציר החטאת אשר לעם והביא את דמו אל מבית לפרוכת ועשה את דמו כאשר עשה לדם הפר והיזה אותו על הכפורת ולפני הכפורת וכיפר על הקודש מטומאות בני ישראל מפשעיהם לכל חטאותם, וכן יעשה לאוהל מועד השוכן איתם בתוך טומאותם, וכל אדם לא יהיה באוהל מועד בבוא לכפר בקודש עד צאתו, וכיפר בעדו ובעד ביתו ובעד כל קהל ישראל.
Ben, chazak.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'hein olam nata b'tahenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Beautiful. So, our fourth aliyah, you can find on verse 18, page 280. We invite Burton and Michelle Horowitz to come forward. Yamdu Meryl bat Moshe v'tzipora, uVaruch Avadia ben Sardvora v'Avram HaKohen l'aliyah revi'it.
Baruch et Adonai Amvorach. Baruch Adonai Amvorach le'olam voed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bochar banu mikol ha'amim v'notan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Amen. Be'atzah el hamizbeah asher lifnei Adonai v'kiper alav v'lakach midam hapar midam hasair v'natan al karnot hamizbeah saviv v'kizah alav min hadam v'isba'o sheva be'amim v'tiharo v'kitsho mitimot b'nei Yisrael v'hila mikaperet hakodesh v'et ohel moed v'et hamizbeah v'hikriv et hasair hechad v'samah Aaron et shetei yadav al rosh hasair hechad v'hivadah alav et kol avonot b'nei Yisrael v'et kol pishehem l'hol hatotam v'natan otam al rosh hasair v'shilach b'yad yeshiti hamibara v'nasa hasair alav et kol avonotam el eretz gezerah v'shilach et hasair bamidbar uva Aharon el ohel moed uvashad et bigdei habad asher labash b'vo'o el hakodesh v'hineham sham v'rahatz et basharo b'mayim b'makom kadosh v'lavash et bigadav v'yatzah v'asa et olato v'et olat ha'am v'kiper ba'ado u'ba'ad ha'am.
Jordan, kol hakavod. Chizki.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam notah b'sochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Good job, Horowitz. Watch your step on the side here, Tov. We now continue with the sixth aliyah, which again is another honorary aliyah to Sybil Kleiner for her commitment to lifelong learning and Jewish education. We're so grateful to her leadership and commitment. This is in honor of Abe Kainoff, who is an incredible important member of our congregation in many years, but also the Judaic Gallery down at the North Carolina Museum of Art, which is part of his mission and vision from the beginning. And not to brag, but I think there are a couple of rabbis doing videos of someone in the gallery. If you've been to the gallery recently, Jenny and I were asked to do a couple of videos of education. I thought Jenny was fantastic. I'll give her a 10. So if you want to check that out after Yom Kippur, it's a beautiful thing. But really, it's Abe Kainoff's vision that made that gallery happen. That's about Jewish education for lifetime. Tov. We'll continue now with the fifth aliyah, verse 25, page 281.
Baruch et Adonai hamvorach.
Baruch nemrach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai hamvorach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים, ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה. אמן ועת הלב האטד יגשיר המזבח והמשלח השעיר לעזאזל יכבס בגדיו ורחץ בשרו במים ואחרי כן יבוא אל המחנה ועת פר האטד ועת שעיר האטד אשר הובא דמם לכפר בקודש יוציאו מחוץ למחנה ושרפו באש ואחרי כן יבואו אל המחנה והייתה להם להוקת עולם בחודש השביעי בעשור לחודש תענו את נפשותיכם וכל מלאכה לא תעשו העזרה והגר הגר בתוככם כי ביום הזה יכפר לכם לטהר אתכם מכל חטאותיכם לפני אדוני תטהרו.
Awesome.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Mazal tov on the honor. Kol hakavod. Tov. Now we turn to the sixth aliyah. We are on verse 31, page 281. In this, we invite the Cohens, Mandy and Sam, to come forward for the aliyah to the Torah. Yamdu mincha bat Moshe v'Sesel v'Yisrael Ezekiel ben Yechezkel ben Yosef Yosefa aliyah shishit. So sixth aliyah, verse 31, page 281.
Baruch hu et Adonai hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai Barak le'olam va'ed.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Shabbat, Shabbaton, Yilachem, Vinitem et nafshotechem, Chukat Olam, V'chiper HaKohen, Asher Yimshach Oto, Ba'asher Malei et Yado Lechachein, Tachat Aviv, Velavash et bigdei Chabad bigdei HaKodesh V'chiper et mikdash HaKodesh V'et ohel moed V'et hamizbeach yechaper V'al hakohanim V'al kol am hakahal yechaper V'haita zot lachem lechukat olam lechaper al bnei Yisrael mikol hatotam achat bashana vayas kasher tziva Adonai et Moshe.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'hayei olam atah b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
You'll have it ready for the bat mitzvah. Shikach, beautiful job. Tov, Chevre, at this time we now are going to rise together and we're going to take a moment to offer a special prayer for healing. We're going to cover the Torah, Rabbi Jay. Rabbi Jenny will offer this prayer for healing as she pauses or takes a moment for all those in need of healing, those on the outside, those who are suffering from maladies and challenges, some who are watching on live stream, I know, who can't even be here, sadly, today on Yom Kippur because they're going through challenges physically or medically. And there are, of course, challenges on the inside that all of us experience, especially in this past few years. the challenges of mourning, of sadness, of depression, of losing people, and the time of isolation in particular. All of us have those challenges as well. For that, we offer Misha Berach and asking God to give us strength and healing. Please, God, in this year to come.
Misha Berach Avotenu Avraham Yitzchak v'Yaakov v'imotenu Sarah Rivka Rachel v'Leah hu yevarech et kol hacholim v'yasir mehem kol machala v'yirpa lechol gufam v'yislach lechol avonam וישלח ברכה והצלחה בכל מעשה ידיהם עם כל ישראל אחיהם ואחותיהם ונאמר אמן. May the one who blessed our ancestors Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, bless all those who are ill and remove from them any sickness, heal their bodies, forgive their transgressions, send blessing and good fortune to all the work of their hands, as well as to all their brothers and sisters, the people Israel. And let us say together, Amen.
Kaddish.
יתגדל ויקדש שמי רבה ובדרך ירתי בימיך מלכותנו
ויבנו ויאמרו חיירו בית ישראל בעגלה ובזמן גרים יאמרו אמן יש שמירה ומבורך לעולם
יתברך וישתבח ויתבר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי קודשא לילה לילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושמעתה ונחמתה דמירן בימה ואימרו.
And to lift the first Sefer Torah, I invite Brian and Jackie Wilborski. Yamod Baruch Ronen ben Perav Pesha Ed Adel. La Magbia Sefer Rishon. Tamod Rachel Bat Yosef Obina. Golelet Sefer Rishon. Vezod HaTorah. Bend the knees. There we go. Moshe Livnei Bnei Yisrael Avi Adonai. Grab a seat, Brian. Maybe seat everyone. Call forward now for the Haftarah, aliya, which you can find on page 282 at the bottom. Sharon Mills. Tamod Sharon bat Chaim Alevi Duvora la Haftarah.
Baruch Hu Adonai Hamvarah.
Baruch Adonai Le'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. ובסור לחודש השביעי הזה מקרא קודש יהיה לכם וניתן את נפשותיכם כל מלאכה לא תעשו והקרבתם עולה לאדוני ריח ניחוח פר במקור אחד היל אחד כבשים בני שנה שבעה תמימים יהיו לכם ומנחתם סולט בלולב השמן 13 עשרונים לפרשני עשרונים לעיל האחד יסרון לחפש האחד לשבעת הכבשים שעיר עזים אחד חטאת מלבד חטאת הכיפורים ועולה התמים ומנחתה ונזכיכם.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. We rise once again to lift and dress the second Sefer Torah. Okay, tough, got it. We invite Bonnie Leach to lift the Torah, and Ellen Adelman will be dressing the Torah. Ta'amod Barnei Esther bat Baruch u'mitamira gol magbiha Sefer Shini נעמוד אל קמי בית אלס ויינתה גולג לגלילה וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לבני בני ישראל אבי אדוני ביד משה עושה שלום במרובה Shalom Aleinu ve'al kol Yisrael ve'al kol yoshvei tevel ve'imru
So the Torah instructs us that on Yom Kippur we are commanded to afflict our souls. In Hebrew, we call that inui nefesh. But what does it actually mean to afflict our souls? The rabbis of old pondered this question, and they came to associate afflicting one's soul, inui nefesh, with a fast. In Hebrew, a tzom. But why fasting? I can think of countless other afflictions in life, and probably you can too. We are offered a clue about the connection between afflicting ourselves and fasting when we look closely at the Hebrew root for tzom, fast. The word tzom is also related to the Hebrew word tzimtzum, contraction or self-limitation. And you don't have to be a Hebrew scholar to hear the connection between tzom and tzimtzum. Creating limits for ourselves, eating, drinking, spending, sex, technology, time on our phones, and the list goes on, can be uncomfortable at best and downright afflicting at worst. It can be painful and scary to confront the various boundaries of our lives. Just ask a child whose screen time has been dialed back. But it can also be an incredible blessing to make our way through a 25-hour period of time, plumbing those limits in the company of a community of fellow travelers who are praying, studying, singing, and meditating alongside us. When we approach the fasting of Yom Kippur as a spiritual practice of self-limitation, tzimtzum, if we are able to safely do so, it may be possible to lower our anxiety and resistance to self-limitation in other parts of our lives, beyond Yom Kippur. After all, so much of our lives is about setting good limits, knowing when to say enough, and allowing ourselves to move through the difficulty of self-limitation for a higher purpose. This morning's Haftarah invites us to consider what kind of fast the Holy One desires. Spoiler alert, it's a fast in which we also commit to living righteous lives, paying our workers fairly, helping those who are oppressed break free, sharing our food with those who are hungry, and opening our homes to all those in need. Whether we are fasting physically or not, may today's tzom inspire us to do the work of tzimtzum, healthy and balanced self-limitation in other areas of our lives. The goal is not to aimlessly deprive and punish ourselves, but rather to help us see more clearly that in limiting ourselves, we can discern what is actually enough. The Haftarah can be found on page 284.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nviim tovim v'ratzav v'divrehem hane'emarim be'emet. Baruch atah Adonai habocher b'torah v'mashevto v'Yisrael amo v'nviei ha'emet v'tzedek.
Amen.
V'amar solu solu panu darech harimu mikshol miderech ami ki cho amar ram v'nisa sholchein ad v'kadosh shemo marom v'kadosh eshkon ve'etaka ushval ruach v'hachayot ruach shefalim v'hachayot lev nikaim ki lo le'olam ariv v'lo lanetzach ektzov ki ruach nufanai Yaakov unshamot ani asiti ba'avon bitzo katzavti ve'akehu haster ve'ektzov va'yelech shovav b'derech libo derachav ra'iti ve'erpaehu v'anchehu va'ashalem nichumim lo v'lav elav borei niv sefatayim shalom shalom larachok v'lakarov amar Adonai orfativ Baharashaim kayam nigrash, ki hashket lo yuchal, vayigrashu memav refesh vatit. Ein shalom amar Elohai l'arshaim. Kerav v'garon al tachsoch, kashofar harem kolecha, v'haged la'ami pisham, uveit Yaakov chatotam, v'oti yom yom yidroshun, v'da'at derachai yechbatzun, kegoy asher tzedakah asa, umishpat Elohav lo azav, yishaluni mishpatei tzedek, kirvat Elohim yechbatzun. Lama tzamnu v'lo ra'ita, ininu nafshenu v'lo teda, ein b'yom tzomechem timtzu chayfetz, v'chol atzavechem tingosu. Ein l'riv u'matzah tatzumu, u'hakot be'egrov resha, lo tatzumu chayom, v'hashmiya b'marom kolachem. Hachazeh yiyetzom evcharehu yom anod adam nafsho, halachov ke'agmon rosho, v'sak va'efer yatzia, halazet tikratzom v'yom ratzon l'Adonai. Halozetzom evcharehu pateach chartzubot resha, hater agudot mota, v'shalach ritzutzim chovshim, v'chol mota tenatekum. Halo faros lara'ev lachmecha, va'aniyim merudim ta'avivayit, kitir arom v'chisito, umi basaracha lo titalam, az yibaka kashachar orecha, va'aruchatecha mehera titzmach, v'halach lefanecha tzidkecha, kevod Adonai ya'asfecha. Az tikrav Adonai ya'aneh, teshava v'yomar hineni, im tasir mitochacha mota, shalach etzba v'daber aven, v'tafek la'ra'ev nafshecha, v'nefesh na'ana tasbia, v'zarach b'choshech orecha, va'afelatecha katzahoraim, v'nachach Adonai tamid, v'hisbia b'tzachtzachot nafshecha, va'atzmotecha yachalitz, v'hayita kegan raveh, uchmatzamayim, asher lo yechazevu meimav, uvanu mimacha chorvot olam, mosedei dor vador tekomem, v'kora lecha goder peretz, meshovev netivot lashavet. Im tashiv mishabat raglecha, asod chafatzecha beyom kodshi, v'karata lashabat oneg, likdosh Adonai mechubad, v'chibadto me'asod derachecha, mimetzo chefzecha v'daber davar. Az titanag al Adonai, v'hir kavticha al ba'amotei aretz, V'ha'achalticha nakalat Yaakov avicha ki Adonai diber. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, tzur kol haolamim, tzadik b'chol hadorot, ha'el ha'ne'eman, ha'omer v'oseh, hamdaber umkayim, shekol devarav emet v'tzedek. Ne'eman atahu Adonai Eloheinu, v'ne'emanim devarecha, v'davar echad midvarecha, achor lo yashiv rekam, ki el melech ne'eman, v'rachaman ata, baruch ata Adonai.
Baruch v'shalom.
Ha'el ha'ne'eman b'chol devarav.
Amen.
Rachem al Tzion ki hi beit chayenu, v'la'aluvat nefesh toshia b'mhera v'yameinu, baruch ata Adonai.
Baruch v'shalom.
V'sameach Tzion bevaneha.
Amen.
Samcheinu Adonai Eloheinu be'Eliyahu hanavi avdecha, u'malchut beit David meshichecha, b'mhera yavo v'yagel libeinu, al kiso lo yeshev zar v'lo yinchalu od acherim et kavodo, ki v'shem kodshecha nishbata lo, shelo yichben nero le'olam va'ed, baruch ata Adonai.
Baruch v'shalom.
Magen David.
Amen.
Al haTorah v'al havodah v'al hanvi'im v'al yom haKippurim hazeh shenatata lanu Adonai Eloheinu limchila v'lislicha u'chapara lechavod u'tifaret. Al hakol Adonai Eloheinu anachnu modim lach umvarchim otach yitbarach shimcha b'fi kol chai tamid le'olam va'ed udvaracha emet v'kayam la'ad baruch ata Adonai.
Baruch v'shalom.
Melech mochel v'soleach la'avonotenu v'la'avonot amo beit Yisrael u'ma'avir ashmotenu b'chol shana v'shana Melech al kol ha'aretz mekadesh Yisrael v'yom haKippurim.
Amen. Shkoch, Sharon, beautifully done. Kol hakavod. What a pleasure. Tov, at this time we are going to prepare for special prayers for our country, for the state of Israel, for peace in the world. We turn to page 288 in our Machzorim. We invite all to please rise at this time. Our country needs our prayers, as I noted in Rosh Hashanah, for democracy, for justice, for peace, for living up our highest values. Together, let's read in English at the left side of the page at the bottom, where it says a prayer for our country. Together. Our
God and God of our ancestors, with mercy accept our prayer on behalf of our country and its government. Pour out your blessings upon this land, upon its leader, its judges, its officers, and officials, who are devoted in good faith to the needs of the public. Instruct them with the laws of your Torah, and help them understand your rules of justice, so that peace and security, happiness and freedom will never depart from our land. We pray, Adonai, God, whose spirit is in all creatures, awaken that spirit within all the inhabitants of our land,
and root from their hearts hatred and malice, jealousy and strife.
Plant among those of different nationalities and faiths who dwell in our nation love and companionship, peace and friendship. May it therefore be your will that our land be a blessing to all who dwell on earth,
and cause them to dwell in friendship and freedom.
Speedily fulfill the vision of your prophets. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. For all of them, from the least of them to the greatest, shall know me, and let us say, Amen.
Avinu Shebashamayim, Tzor Yisrael v'goalo, Barech Medinat Yisrael, Shetehei Reshit Smichat Kulatenu. Hagen alea bevrat chastecha, ufros alea sukat shlomecha, ushlach orcha v'amitcha l'rashea, sarea v'yotzea, v'taknem beitzah tova milfanecha. Chazek idei miginei eretz kodshenu, v'anchilim Eloheinu Yeshua, v'ateret nitzachon teatrim. ונתת שלום בארץ, ושמחת עולם ליושביה, ונאמר אמן. Together in English, Avinu Shabashamayim, stronghold and redeemer of the people Israel. Bless the state of Israel, that it may be the beginning of our redemption. Shield it with your love, spread over it the shelter of your peace. Guide its leaders and advisors with your light and your truth. Help them with your good counsel. Strengthen the hands of those who defend our holy land. Deliver them, crown their efforts with triumph. Bless the land with peace and its inhabitants with lasting joy. And let us say, Amen. And our prayer for all the world, sadly, places where there is not peace and shalom, we pray for peace responsively. May we see the day when war and bloodshed cease, when a great peace will embrace the whole world.
The nations will not let a nation, and mankind will not again know war.
For all who live on earth shall realize we have not come into being to hate or to destroy. We have come into being to praise, to labor, and to love.
Compassionate God, bless the leaders of all nations with the power of compassion.
Fulfill the promise conveyed in Scripture. I will bring priests to the land, and you shall lie down, and no one shall terrify you.
I will rid the land of vicious beasts, and it shall not be ravaged by war.
Let love and justice flow like a mighty stream. Let peace fill the earth as the waters fill the sea. And let us say together,
Amen.
Amen. You may be seated, everyone. It is the holy time now with the Sifrei Torah out. In the middle of the Torah service, Haftarah, prayers for our country, for Israel, for peace. It's the time for Yizkor or Yizkor. So first and foremost, we know it's a tradition of many in our shul to leave at this time. We invite you, I make my pitch each year, that there are reasons to stay. You could consider staying for those who sadly have no one to say Yizkor prayers for them. Everyone is touched by loss on some level, but I recognize it's a minhag that's strong. So if at this time you'd like to make your way quietly out of the sanctuary, for those that is custom to do so, I invite you to do it this time quietly, while Rabbi Jenny offers a nigun. So friends who are leaving for Yizkor, just a reminder that I invite you to return back afterwards and to be here for the sermon as well as to show a speaker just a bit later in our davening. So friends, this is a holy group that's here in Yizkor. Yizkor is very hard, to put it mildly. We are here to honor and to remember and to hold on the holiest day of the year. You could say that this period of time is the holy of holies of the holiest day of the year. It's a time where we are not afraid to cry. As my teacher said to me and Jenny, if God created tears, this is the reason. Yom Kippur is a day for not holding back, and Yom Kippur is a day for missing and remembering and honoring. And according to the rabbis, the idea of Yizkor, especially on Yom Kippur, is that we go into Yom Kippur a little nervous, a little scared, maybe worried about where we stand, where we are in our lives. We want to kind of pull the souls of those we miss most dearly and bring them into the shul with us, kind of to be with us. And in a moment, we'll have some time to actually reflect and to imagine and really even speak to in our hearts people who are no longer with us. May their memories be a blessing. To do that, let me give you one kavanah, one thinking, intention as we bring these people to mind who we miss dearly. Some we've lost only in recent weeks and months, past year. The amida prayer we do on Yom Kippur, on Rosh Hashanah, on every Shabbat, on every day, every single day of the year, 3 times a day technically. The amida begins what's called the avot and the imahot. Baruch atah Hashem, etc. Eloheinu, Avraham, Avotenu, Vimotenu, Avraham, Yitzchak, Yaakov, Sarah, Rebecca, Rivka, Rachel, Leah are avot and imahot. And the rabbis, when they created this prayer thousands of years ago, the idea is that to begin this important prayer, this like most holy prayer, we're going to go in and we're going to connect with God and have our private moment with the Holy One. The first thing we should do before we even go into that conversation with God is first remind God, so to speak, of those people who were so great, who were the first leaders, the founders really of Judaism, and say, if you're, please listen to me, listen to my prayer, please God, listen to me, hear me out. But if you're questioning on any level, listening to me, remember who came before me, remember on whose shoulders I stand. And if you don't simply want to listen to me, do it for the sake, the merit is the word to use, the schut, of these great people that came before me. Listen to me, not for me. Listen to me because of the people who made who I am. And I bring that to Yizkor here because I, from the bottom of my heart, believe it's true. That all of us here who are desperately, painfully missing people, one of the reasons we miss them so desperately, one of the many, is like the avot and imahot. They built who we are. They are, to use that song, right? The wind that's beneath our wings. And the challenge, of course, is they're not here in this world to literally lift us up as they may have done before. So we have to imagine it and remember it in those most difficult and challenging times. What would these great people who built us, what would they have done? The Abrahams and Sarahs. Now I also want to note, and it's said here in the Machzor, if you wish to offer that prayer too, not everyone that came before us built us up so well. There are people, legitimately, who may have tried their best with what they had, with their resources, to try to be the wind beneath our wings, to try to be shoulders that we could stand on. But sometimes they fell short, very, very short. This Yizkor prayer is not about lying or faking or retelling the story that's not true. But perhaps this Yizkor prayer becomes a time where we close our eyes for those people who came before us and we talk to them a little bit. We talk to them a little bit about how we're struggling, we still struggle, how we wish things could have been different, and maybe, just maybe, a little bit more towards compassion and forgiveness. Compassion and forgiveness does not mean it was all okay, what happened. It just means I'm not going to let that hold me back anymore. But remember, for those of us for whom we can look back to our ancestors and truly call them Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, Leah, that's how they feel to us. We stand on their shoulders. This is the time to thank them for that. In your quiet time, to think specifically, what are the ways you are who you are, and you've passed on their legacy? Because every time you think of them, you say to yourself, I want to be as good in this way as they were. So the Yizkor prayers, before we even get into them, I invite each of us to take some quiet time, to close our eyes, take some breaths. Some of us may put a talit over our head just to have some peace, to picture in our mind the people who we're holding, the people who we need to thank and honor with our tears and gratitude, and those who we still may need to work a few things out. They're all part of our history. All of them brought to where we are today. just like our great ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. Let us remember them honestly and for a blessing. Let us take some quiet time to bring them into our shul this Yom Kippur. Adonai, ma adam v'teda'ehu, ben enosh v'tichashvehu, אדם להבל דמה ימיו כצל עובר. בבוקר יציץ וחלף, לערב ימולל ויבש, למנות ימינו כנהודה, ונביא לבב חוכמה. Adonai, what are human beings that you take account of them? Mortals that you care for them. Humans are as a breath, their days like a passing shadow. In the morning they flourish anew, in the evening they shrivel and die. Teach us to count each day that we may acquire a heart of wisdom. On this solemn day, we each make judgments about the quality of our life. We re-examine our deeds and relationships with our community and with others. We express our yearnings for a new year, a new beginning, a year during which we commit ourselves to work toward bringing health and peace to all. We long for a year when individually and communally we shall strive to live in a way that is more reflective of the ideals that we cherish. Now, in the midst of looking at our life and assessing its quality, we pause to reflect and to remember and to dedicate ourselves anew. The deaths of those we now remember left holes in our lives, but we are grateful for the gift of their lives, and we are strengthened by the blessings that they left us and the precious memories that comfort and sustain us as we recall them this day. In particular, we call to mind those Beth Meyer congregants who died in just this past year. They include Gerald Elkin, Eileen Broutman, Ronald Schwartz, Deborah Parker, Betty Rothman, Saul Barenthal, Lois Mendel, Ron Kirschbaum, and Terry Grunwald. May their memories be for a blessing. Some of us recall parents who watched over us, nursed us, guided us, and sacrificed for us. Some of us lovingly call to mind a wife, husband, or partner with whom we were truly united in our hopes, in our pains, in our failures, in our achievements, in our joys and sorrows. Some of us remember brothers and sisters who grew up together with us, sharing the play of childhood in the youthful adventure of discovering life's possibilities, bound to us by heritage of family tradition and by years of togetherness and love. Some of us call to mind children, entrusted to us too briefly, to whom we gave our loving care, and from whom we received a trust that enriched our lives. So many of us recall beloved relatives and friends whose affection and devotion enhanced our lives and whose visible presence will never return to cheer, encourage, or support us. Though they are gone, we are grateful for the blessings they brought to our lives. We are sustained and comforted by the thought that their presence in our lives remains an enduring blessing that we can bequeath to others. We can show our devotion to them by our devotion to those ideas that they cherished. O God of love, make us worthy of the love we have received by teaching us to love you with all our heart and with all our soul, with all our might, and to spread the light of your divine love on all whose lives touch ours. Give us strength to live faithfully, if we are cheered by your confidence that you will not permit our lives to be wasted, but will bring all our worthy strivings to live on, even as we may not see their fulfillment. This time, the ark is opened, and we rise together to offer personal Yizkor prayers. You'll notice on page 291, it's an opportunity for each of us to offer a Yizkor prayer unique to our circumstance. I do want to call your attention to other prayers on the side margins on 290 and 291 as well. I invite all of us to take a few moments to offer our prayers in Hebrew or English, specifically for those who we are remembering this Yizkor Yom Kippur. We now turn to page 292 as Rabbi Jenny offers a special El Malei Rachamim in memory of the 6 million.
El Malei Rachamim, Shochin Bamromim, Hametzeh Menucha Nechona, Tachat Kanfei Ashchina, B'malot Kedoshim Uteorim, Kezohar Harakim Azirim, Lenishmot Kol Achenu B'nei Yisrael, Shenitbechu V'Shoah, Anashim, Nashim V'Taf, Shenechneku V'Shenisrefu V'Shenergu, Shemasru et Nafsham, Al Kiddush Hashem. Began Eden Tihi Menuchatam, Anna Balarachamim, Hastirem Beseter Kenafecha Leolamim, Utzror Bitzror HaChaim Et Nishmotehem, Adonai Unachalatam, V'yanuchu v'shalom al mishkavotehem v'nomar amen. Exalted, compassionate God, grant perfect peace in your sheltering presence among the holy and the pure, whose radiance is like the heavens, to the souls of all the people and children of the house of Israel who were slaughtered, strangled, and burned in the Shoah. May they rest in paradise. Master of mercy, may they find eternal shelter beneath your sheltering wings, and may their souls be bound up in the bond of life. Adonai is their portion. May they rest in peace, and let us say, Amen.
Amen. Amen. We now continue with El Malei Rachamim for all those who are honoring this Yizkor.
El Malei Rachamim, Shochin Bamromim, Hametzeh Menucha Nechona, Tachat Kanfei Ashchina, B'malot Kedoshim Uteorim, Kezohar Harakim Azirim, Lenishmot Kol Ele Shizkarnu Hayom Livracha, Shehalchu Leolamam, B'gan Eden Tihi Menuchatam, Anna Balarachamim Astirem Besater Kenafecha Leolamim, Utzror Bitzror HaChaim Et Nishmotehem, Adonai Unachalatam, V'yanuchu v'shalom al mishkavotehem v'nomar amen. Exalted, compassionate God, grant perfect peace in your sheltering presence among the holy and the pure, whose radiance is like the heavens, to the souls of all those we have recalled today. May their memory be a blessing, and may they rest in paradise. Master of mercy, may they find eternal shelter beneath your sheltering wings, and may their souls be bound up in the bond of life. Adonai is their portion. May they rest in peace, and let us say,
Amen. Amen. We now continue with Psalm 23, first in Hebrew, and then we'll recite in English too.
Mizmor leDavid, Adonai ro'id le'orachsar, v'hinot asher yaritzeni, al menuchot yenaleni, nafshi yeshar
שבטך ומשענתך, שבטך ומשענתך, המה ינחמוני, תערוך לפני שולחן, תערוך לפני שולחן, תערוך לפני שולחן, נגד צורריי, תשענת בשמן ראשי, תשענת בשמן ראשי, תשענת בשמן ראשי, כוסי רוויה. אהבתו בחסד, ירדפוני כל ימי חיי, ושבתי בבית אדוני, ושבתי בבית אדוני לעולמי. Together on the left side of the page in English, Psalm 23, a psalm of David.
Adonai is my shepherd, I shall not want. God gives me repose in green meadows and guides me over calm waters. God will revive my spirit, direct me on the right path, for that is God's way.
Though I walk in the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no harm, for you are at my side. Your staff and your rod comfort me. Prepare a banquet for me in the presence of my foes. You anoint my head with oil, my cup overflows. Surely goodness and kindness shall be my portion all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of Adonai in the fullness of time. In honor of all the souls who are holding, we turn to page 294. We join together as a holy congregation to honor them and their memories with Kaddish Yatom, Mourners Kaddish. Together, Yitgadal v'yitkadash Shemei Rabbah, Bi'alma dira kirutei v'yamlich malchutei, B'chayechon v'yomechon v'chayei d'chol Beit Yisrael, Ba'agala v'zman kariv v'yimru Amen. Yehei Shmei Rabbah mevorach le'olam olamei almaya. Yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yitpa'ar v'yitromam v'yitnaseh, v'yitadar v'yitale v'yithalal Shmei d'kudisha b'richu. Le'ela le'ela mikol birchata v'shirata, tushbechata v'nechemata, damiran bi'alma v'yimru Amen. Yehei shlama rabba min shamaya, v'chaim aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'yimru Amen. Oseh shalom b'romav, hu ya'aseh shalom, aleinu v'al kol Yisrael v'yimru. May their memories always be for a blessing, we say together.
Amen.
We now prepare to return the Sefer Torah to the Ark of page. We turn to page 296, Yahalelu.
יהללו את שם אדוני, כי נשגב שמו לבדו. הודו על ארץ ושמיים, וירם קרן עמו. תהילה לכל חסידיו, לבני ישראל עם קרובו. הללויה, הללויה, לדוד מזמור, לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תבל ויושביה, כי הוא על ימים יסדה, מהנרות יכונניה. מי יעלה בהר אדוני, ומי יקום במקום קודשו נקי כפיים ובהר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה, יישא ברכה מאת אדוני, וצדקה מאלוהי אישו זה דור דורשיו מבקשי פניך, יעקב סלע, שאו שערים ראשיכם, והינשאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה, שאו שערים ראשיכם, וסעו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד, סלע. את חיים היא למחזיקים בה, ותומכיה מאושר דרכיה, דרכי נועם וכל נתיבותיה שלום. השיבנו אדוני אליך ונשובה. חדש חדש ימינו, חדש ימינו כקדם כקדם. יאי די די יאי די די יאי די די יאי די די How many Jews to close the ark? All right, here we go. You may be seated, everyone. All right, tell us off. It's not easy to speak after Yizkor. It feels like it gets harder for me every year too. But everyone get comfortable. Gamar Chatima Tova. You have nowhere to go, okay? I got you. On live stream too. I got you. I want to talk this Yom Kippur day
It may be a bit heavy at times, but hopefully a little levity too, about one of the greatest rabbis that have influence on American Judaism, and certainly on me and Rabbi Jenny, who died just a few months ago. And that's Rabbi Harold Kushner, Zatzal. May his memory be for a blessing. His cardinal book, he wrote many books, but his famous book in 1981 was When Bad Things Happen to Good People. Remember, it's not called Why Bad Things Happen to Good People. It's When, because he says, and we all know, it's just a matter of time. It's happening to all of us. And his book was an international bestseller because it spoke so profoundly to the human condition and rooted beautifully and powerfully in the Torah and Jewish values. And I feel on this Yom Kippur with Yizkor, we need to bring Harold Kushner, alav shalom, may rest in peace. And for those of you who are very familiar, let this be a little bit of a review, but hopefully like maybe a new angle on it. And for those who are not, I hope you are reacquainted or acquainted for the first time with one of the greatest teachers, not only about Judaism and God, but really about suffering, about what it means to be a person who suffers and strives with all of his might to find a response. You know, the way I want to share this story is through something that happened this year, which really, it broke my heart. And when I share this story to you, you know, it's going to be about a different faith tradition. And as I share it to you, I imagine, if I do this right, you're going to recognize that I was pretty uncomfortable with some of the theological, religious stuff going on in this moment. But I want you to know I'm sharing this story not to do a disputation or, you know, we Jews believe this and, you know, this group believes that and we're right and they're wrong. Far, far from it. The reason I'm sharing it is because it was so different than my experience, so different than I would gather most American Jews, and certainly Beth Meyer, Nix, who I've spoken to and worked with, and so is Rabbi Jenny, over these 19 years. When you go through suffering, this is not the typical Jewish response. But I think it's important to bring forward because it is a response to suffering. And it happened on Newton Road. About 5-6 months ago, the 50-year-old pastor at the large church with the steeple down the street died. 50 years old. 5 children. From about 9 or 10 years old to about 22 years old. Charlie Colligan, may rest in peace. I feel really privileged that we're bringing him to mind here at our shul. And many of us, we watched that church being built down the road. There have been 3 pastors. See, you've had us for 19 years, been stuck with us. 3, all right, at that church. And that church is Baptist. Some of you know their denomination, we'll just say it's pretty conservative, okay? But the pastors and leadership there, even though theologically, right, if you push them, they're not exactly seeing us as full believers. But the pastors, to a person, always sat down with me, have had lunch with me, have been great, I would consider colleagues and even friends. And we share parking lots, as we do on Yom Kippur, and they do on their big holidays with us. And there's a great camaraderie, I would say genuine love your neighbor as yourself spirit. So while we disagree on about God, that's pretty clear, we have found a way to love each other through it. And the most person I felt that way was with Charlie Colligan. About a year and a half ago, Charlie, finally, he just arrived. A little background on Charlie. Charlie was born in the South, in this kind of, near, I think, North Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina area. I can't remember exactly where it was, but somewhere in the Southeast. But he served his first church in Corpus Christi, Texas, right, like near the border. And he was a very successful pastor. And he loved it there. He was very happy at this place. And his kids loved it. But he said, as he described to me at lunch together at Winston's Grill, okay, that he felt called. He was also called by their search committee, but he felt called, all right? And he came to this church down here to serve. And it was, for him, it was the big city. I mean, a real big city, right? And it was a much larger congregation with professors from Southeastern Seminary, for those that are familiar, Wake Forest, which is a Machzor seminary just right up the road here. Many of them attend and are leaders in the church over there. It's a high-powered church in the Raleigh city, we'll say in our area. And he said, am I up for it? In fact, at lunch, he told me this funny joke. I mean, I've kind of used it since. He said, Rabbi, I can't do the accent. Rabbi, they say the A students in seminary, they become professors. The B students in the seminary, they become writers of great books. The C students, pastors like us. That's what he says. I said, hey, I wasn't bad. I was a C student. Okay, whatever. Okay? It's not yeshiva. This was seminary, all right? Different, not yeshiva. But he said that because he was very self-effacing. He was totally fine with making fun of himself and like making light. It wasn't about him. And we talked about the challenges, believe it or not, of being clergy, what it's like to be a pastor, lead a new congregation. I, of course, remembered it was exactly like 18 years before. And we talked shop, as you do at lunch. And he told me how the job really weighed on him enormously. Now, many of you know, especially those in our congregation who are familiar with Christianity or even grew up Christian, know that when I tell Christian, my colleagues, I say, that we got the World Series coming up, Rosh and Yom Kippur. I say it's like Christmas and Easter within 10 days. That's what I say, all right? But for my Christian colleagues, Christmas, Easter, those are the big, that's their World Series, clergy-wise, okay? It's big time. It was a few days before Easter, and Charlie was feeling tremendous pressure about his sermon and the congregation and things going on, and he had a stroke. And right before Easter, or right around the Easter day, he actually died at 50 years old. Now, some of that were for reasons we don't know. Some of them were probably medical reasons we don't understand. But some of it was definitely the stress of the position, something that, we are in a club that only clergy and maybe clergy and presidents of shuls understand, all right? It's a certain club. Doesn't matter what denomination or religious flavor you are. We all feel this. So, of course, I was contacted, because over the years, we've developed relationships with the church, not just the pastors, but the lay people. We have some lay people come over and do things together. It's been beautiful. So they invited me to come, and I had an honored seat. I was definitely the only rabbi, and probably the only Jew in this funeral that took place there. And, it was incredibly moving. It's a 50-year-old man. All of his children are on the pulpit. Speaking of him, his wife, my admiration for her is endless. Her ability to accept a receiving line of, seriously, 1,000 people coming to offer each one. As she stood there, was able to, I wanted to pull her away. How can you do this? Your husband just died. You're going to be comforting others, saying, but she felt she was a person of service. She wanted to be there for her community. It was inspiring. But then there were the sermons, on the pulpit. And again, I'm not sharing this here to say we know better. Truly, just from the bottom of my heart, when you're going through suffering, real suffering, whatever gets you through, if your belief is different than mine, one's not right and one's not wrong. But I do want to present it here, what was basically being said, because the truth is, some of the things being said in that pulpit, in that funeral, are in the Jewish tradition. Remember, where did they get it from, guys? Okay, a lot of it? Us. Okay? So let's be clear. To a person, they said, God is in charge. God is in charge. We know this happened for a reason. Lines like, God called him early. God must have needed him up there. Also in the service, some of you are familiar, there was like a call to faith and in encouragement for people to be inspired to love God more and feel saved in this moment by being inspired by what Charlie gave. Ultimately, they would say, his life. Now, again, I'm sitting there, and I am, with all respect and love, I'm in tears because I'm seeing this, I'm experiencing this as a rabbi, a clergy person, as a kind of friend, a colleague. I'm 51, he's 50. I identify with him in so many different ways. He was so gregarious and kind. In fact, another story I told from that lunch, if I wasn't going to say it, but I'm like, the heck, let's go for it. You might remember a couple years ago, before he arrived, Vice President Pence spoke at that church. Some of you may not know. If you don't, now you know. Vice President Pence was not invited by the congregation. It was a rental. A rental. We have similar distinctions here in other shuls. It's not the formal synagogue. They're just renting the space. But Charlie and I knew better. So I said, Charlie, a couple years ago at your church, Vice President Pence was here. He goes, yeah, I heard about that. He's like, Rabbi, I'm not really into politics. I wouldn't be my decision. I said, but the truth, Rabbi, it was a rental. It was like, I said, I understand. He said, I had a lot of congregants there, but it was a rental. I said, good. You had a lot of congregants in attendance. I had a lot of congregants in Newton Road protesting. We can get together, fine. By the way, I include some of my own family, but I didn't tell them that part, right? But he laughed at that. Like, he appreciated that humor. At the funeral, the interim, what the number 2 pastor told me, that after I told that story, which was just as a joke, basically, like just to be funny, he came back to the office and told his board of trustees, we will never invite a politician again to our church, even as a rental. Why? I do not want to upset our brothers and sisters up the road at Beth Meyer Synagogue. I never requested that of him. I didn't say that. I meant it truly is a joke. But he took it deadly seriously because he understood love your neighbor as yourself. See, that's what this church is about. That's why I can respect. We may disagree on a lot, but on this we can agree to love each other. That's, thankfully, the message I think of the only way our country is going to succeed is through messages like that. But let's come back. Because in the book of Deuteronomy, guys, just flip it open. Genesis, Exodus, Numbers, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, the 5th book. It says over and over again, as Moses is so nervous we're going to the promised land, worried we're going to, he knows he's not going to make it there with us, so he's very worried. He says, look, you're going to do things wrong. So that God and Moshe are throwing on the Jewish guilt trip left and right, saying, if you don't do the mitzvot, guess what? Chop liver, and if you do them, things will be good for you. And they make a big sign of it on the Jordan River as we go over, how it's going to be, how you should do this. A lot of warnings. Basically, Deuteronomy says over and over, if you do good things, if you're a righteous person, if you're a mensch, if you do good stuff, God will reward you. And if you do bad stuff, the exact opposite. And that's what they said in the pulpit, essentially, at this funeral. Also speaking about this next world. I know we tend to say, even I say, we don't really have heaven and hell. And it's not really totally true, guys. I sold you a bill of goods a little bit. If you look at the Talmud, we have something called Olam Haba. There is this idea of the next world. Are we very specific? Do we know what it's like? No. Is it the focus of our religion? No. But it's in there. It's in there. Christianity just took what was maybe on the margins and put it in the middle, but we share that. It's a matter of focus. We focus on this world, but we don't deny there's something. But at this service, the idea was, in fact, there was a feeling in the service of don't even cry, because crying would mean you were sad and he's reunited with his maker. Again, I respect it. Again, it's actually parts are in our tradition. But there's some big problems with it. And here's what I'm going to put out as the problems that I think many of you here sitting in Beth Meyer Synagogue have. And this is what Harold Kushner talked about. And there are really 3. The first is, of course, as Jews, we don't accept Christian views in the same way. So put aside that it feels Christian, that's not our style, our way, or the focus of religion, fine. But here's where the rubber really hits the road, guys. And it was said by Rabbi Yitz Greenberg, who is still living in his 90s, an unbelievably important thinker for those who are familiar with him. He once said, this has been decades ago, but it still rings through my heart and my soul, and I imagine yours as well. He says, after the Holocaust, anybody, I don't care who you are, if you say something about God, when you say God, and you say something, you postulate, God does this, or reunited with God, or God, whatever God talk you say. If you have the guts to say God, you should be willing to say that same statement in front of the 1.5 million burning children. You believe that the good people will live long and the bad people won't? Would you say that to the babies who were murdered in the Shoah? If you can't, that's what he says. And I would dare to say most Jews in the world, but certainly American Jews and certainly Jews here at Beth Meyer, we're sitting here thinking, can I really say that there's a reason why people die tragically? It's because when it comes to babies who haven't had a chance to live, can we really say that there's a reason? Or is it better that they're reunited, we shouldn't cry? Yitz Greenberg's idea pervades the Jewish people today. A lot of great consternation and struggle with God, because how do we explain the ultimate tragedy? Now check out the flip side, though. There's also another side to this. And this is where I think American culture and American Jewish community kind of have its own unique mishigas. But it's a good mishigas, but it's a mishigas, okay? Because America is built so strongly on the idea of rugged individualism. Pull yourself up from your bootstraps. That each person should do everything in their power to control their destiny, economic, whatever it may be, professional, family, relation. You do your own, on your own. That is the strength. I remember when I was a kid, the only magazine I read was Sports Illustrated, and there was this great advertisement. Sorry, Dr. Mandy Cohen, the doctors here. It was great. It was the Marlboro Man. Remember the Marlboro Man? Who remembers the Marlboro Man? No, Marlboro Man? He's like smoking a cigarette, okay? You know? I think about it every time I go up to Richmond and pass by, the Marlboro Man place. And he's on a horse, and it's like a little bit of snow, and all there is like buffalo around somewhere in the west, and there's nobody around. And the picture is, he's the great American male. Alone, strong, doesn't need anybody, literally probably has bootstraps on, all right? But this idea, which has been so successful to the American project, it has lifted. Immigrants have come to this country saying, including my grandparents, the reason I want to be here is because I want the chance to fulfill my individual destiny. I don't want to be held back. I don't need to be helped by anyone else. I want to do it on my own. But the problem with that in extreme, if we've learned anything from COVID, is that individualism, this isolationism, it makes us lonely and sad and depressed and lacking a lot of other structures that make us healthy. But when it comes to God, it says, I don't need God. Because if I need God, then God is a crutch. I remember when I was 19, 20 years old in college, came back for Rosh Hashanah just like this in Maryland. And my father, many of you know, was a cantor, served as a cantor at our congregation. And I remember during the service I grew up with, the silent amida was a little bit different. There was a special place we do silent meditation. And I remember on Rosh Hashanah that year, I was like 19, and I saw my father sitting on the bima, and he had his hand like this. I can picture it right now. And I could tell he was praying with such kavanah during the sun. Something was so deep. And in Rosh Hashanah lunch afterwards, and only the way a 19-year-old person can have chutzpah, okay? I turned to my dad. I said, Dad, I saw you were like, what were you doing there during the silent meditation? Like something going on. This is the cantor, okay, right? It's probably praying, Eric, okay? But so what are you doing, Dad? I said, Er, you want to really know? I said, yeah, what are you doing? And he said, I'm going through some health challenges right now. And the health challenges require me to change my diet, exercise, and lose weight. And
I'm finding it really, really difficult to do. I'm trying. I seem to be hitting a plateau. The doctor's warning me it's got real consequences. It's dangerous for me. I said, so yeah, get on the treadmill, Dad, come on. He said, I'm telling you, I can't do this alone. I've reached rock bottom. I prayed that a power beyond me will help me to do what the doctor is asking me to do. I can't do it alone. And I looked at him at this moment, my father, probably the strongest person I knew at that time. At 14, I thought he was an idiot. But at 19, at 19, you're just starting to think, as Mark Twain, you got smart pretty quick. You want to know why I'm a rabbi here right now? I can put a direct line. In that moment, I thought to myself, because I thought, God's a crutch. I think I really said that to him. Dad, don't take a crutch. He said, it's no crutch. You get a little older, see what happens. Boom, rabbinical school, okay? Now, I'm not here to convince anyone about God. I'm about to bring in Harold Kushner. But amidst all this mishigas, Christianity has a message. The Holocaust is hanging over our shoulder. We can't seem to say anything about God at all. And then this idea that God's a crutch. Between all those things, we Jews have mishigas. We struggle with God. It makes sense. The message of the Torah doesn't seem to face reality of our lives. The righteous do suffer. And the people who are evil, sadly, sometimes run internet companies, okay? It happens. It happens. Okay? So how are we going to work this out? Now, what I say to my converts often is, say, Rabbi, come by God. Thank God, a lot of our Jews by choice, they're fired up about God. They teach me. But when they come to me and they say, Rabbi, I don't know if I can convert because, some days I believe, sometimes I struggle, I have doubts, I don't know. I say, Jewish. It says in the Torah, okay? Jacob wrestles with an angel and becomes the name of Yisrael. Yisrael literally means one who struggles or wrestles with God. Arthur Waskow, a great teacher and rabbi, wrote a book called We Are the God Wrestlers. That's who we are. So you say, Yisrael, what's the state of Israel? People who wrestle with God. Not who believe in God, but who struggle with it. That's us, Jew. That's a Jew, okay? So if you're struggling, you're not sure, if you don't like Harold Kushner, say, Jewish. You can still be Jewish and not even believe we know that's true, right? You can come to shul. People say, I come to shul. Goldberg comes to shul to talk to God. I come to shul to talk to Goldberg. We know the old joke, all right? You're still Jewish if you don't believe at all. I'm not trying. There's no proselytizing here, okay? But amidst all this struggle, walks in Harold Kushner. So Harold Kushner's story, it touches my heart because I relate to it, man. He says he grew up in the New York area, Brooklyn, whatever. First pulpit, he's like a good Jewish boy, goes to seminary, JTS, New York, gets a job at Great Neck, Long Island, does Great Neck as assistant rabbi, and he tells in the book, he would sit with his congregants as a young rabbi, and they would have tragedy happen, losses, people would die, or illness, and he would say to him very pat things like, they're in a better place now, or they'll be reunited, or all that stuff he'd say, because he's a young rabbi, he didn't know what he's doing, okay? And then he got a pulpit job in Natick, Mass, which is outside of Boston, some of you know, right? And he's in Boston, and he settles down, and now he starts to have a family. And he and his wife are blessed with a daughter, and soon after, a son. And the son, Aaron, may he rest in peace, was born with progeria, which is premature aging disease. And when the doctor came to explain what's going to happen with the son, Aaron, he and his wife were, devastated isn't the word. They were beyond devastated. The doctor said, you are going to watch your son over the course of 13 to 14 years die slowly, painfully, over weeks and months of years. And around the time of possibly, as he would say, his bar mitzvah, which ended up happening, he died. And Harold Kushner had a crisis of faith. He says in his book, I was a good man. My wife was a good woman. We've lived righteous lives. We make mistakes, sure, but we did nothing majorly sinful. We just wanted to have a family. I'm a rabbi, for God's sake. I devote my whole life to serving other people. And this happens to me. Word Deuteronomy is not working for me. It doesn't work. In fact, he said if that's the kind of God that he hadn't really thought a lot about and exists, then not only does he have a personal problem, he has a professional problem. Because he'd have to leave the rabbinate. But he loved being a rabbi. What's he going to do? And in his famous book, and that's what he wrote, When Bad Things Happen. I mean, it's amazing. Written 40-something years ago, but it reads like today. It's not dated, so I really encourage you to read it if you haven't read it before. Read after Yom Kippur. It's unbelievable. Because what he says is, I had to give up in all those things that I heard in that church. God is in control. Everything happens. There's reasons. God needed him early. God is someone testing my faith, just testing my faith. What kind of God gives you a child to watch die over years? I don't need to be tested by God like that. That's a sick God, he said. Of course, I agree. He then came around, and I want you to read the book, so I'm not going to tell all of it, but I'll give you like kind of the crux of the book. As he looks at Psalm 121, which we actually chant often at funerals and at unveilings. It's a very powerful psalm. I look up to the mountains from where my help comes. Ezri, as it says in Hebrew. Me'ayin yavo Ezri. Where my help come? My help comes from Adonai. And what he said from that is, it's not that when I'm struggling, God solves my problem or God causes the problem. God helps me with my problem. Help doesn't mean fix. Just like a good friend can't fix, or good parenting can't fix all problems with their children, but they can stand by your side, they can hold you, they can love you, they can say, I'll never let you be alone, and they can possibly give you more strength than you ever thought you had on your own. That God is not some external supernatural power out there. God is a power in here that we can hold and feel. It doesn't mean that God's going to take away the cancer. It doesn't mean that God is going to bring the child back to life. Although, who wouldn't wish for that to be true? Who wouldn't? Okay? But God is the source that lets you face, helps you face whatever happens in life. That helps you get up the next day after the funeral, after the Shiva. Some people will say there's no way I could get up and live after the loss I had. And Harold Kushner would say, that's true. Maybe all you got is God's quote-unquote help, sometimes channeled through people and community and love. That's not a God that determined from the beginning, this is how it's going to be. It's a God that gives you strength that you never knew you had before. Because unlike the Marlboro Man, Judaism believes that it's not all about us, that our individual self can't achieve everything, that more is accomplished together in community with people, and from that there is a power even greater than all of us that can give us strength to try to achieve great things. Chevra, in this year to come, I pray for all of us here, people who have had so much suffering and loss in the past year, and sadly we know life is filled with loss and suffering. For all of us, it's coming. I invite you, what is your sense of what God might be? If you find Harold Kushner's that I've given you like a little tipa, a little taste of is inspiring or touching for you, then go out, read his book. Read other of his books. He writes powerfully. When life gives you the ultimate disappointment, he says, don't say it's God's fault. Ask God to help you withstand and confront. May we all have that sense of God's strength, if it works for you, in the year to come. Gamar, Chatima Tova, wishing all, please God, a good sealing in the book of life. So friends, we rise together on page 298 for Chatzi Kaddish Musaf, an opportunity for us to tap into this God's strength together. Chatzi Kaddish 298.
Chivute v'yamlich malchute v'hayehonu v'yomehonu v'hayedecho b'et Yisrael v'hagala u'vizman gariv v'yimeru ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמד קודשא בריאו לעילא לעילא מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה
So friends, we place our feet together and face the eastern wall, the ark, towards Shalem. We turn to page 313. 313, we're going to begin the first few blessings together, including the avot and imahot, as I mentioned during the Yizkor prayer service, through the Kedusha, and we'll have chance for silent prayer and silent confession.
Eloheinu, Eloi Avotenu Imotenu, Eloi Avraham, Elohei Yitzchak, Elohei Yaakov, Eloi Sarah, Elohei Rivka, Elohei Rachel, Elohei Leah, Ha'el Hagadol Hagibor Ve'hanora, El Elyon Gomer Chasadim Tovim Ve'koneh HaKol Ve'zocher מביא גואל לבני בניהם למען שמו ביאהבה מסוד חכמים ונבונים ומלמד דת מבינים הבטחה פי בתפילה ובתחנונים לחלות ולחנן פני מלך מלא רחמים מוחל וסולח לעוונים זוכרנו לחיים מלך הארץ וחיים זוכרנו לחיים מלך הארץ וחיים וחולנו לחולנו בספר החיים למענך אלוהים חיים מלך עוזר ופוקד מושיע ומגן ברוך אתה אדוני מגן אברהם ופוקד שרה אתה גיבור נדם אדוני מחיים מתים אתה רב להושיע והקל חיים וחסד וחיי מתים ורחמים רבים סומך נופלים ורוב וחולים ומתיר אסורים ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר מי כמוך בעל גבורות ומיתו מלך מלך ממיתו מחיה מצמיח ישועה מי כמוך אב הרחמים זוכר את צוריו לחיים מרחמים ונאמן אתה לחיות מתים ברוך אתה אדוני
ברוך שמו
מחיי המתים
Amen. We now turn to page 315 for Unetaneh Tokef as the ark is opened. This prayer, of course, speaks in contradiction a lot of things that I said during the sermon, but it's a chance to really think about. Not every word of the Siddur Machzor is to take literally. Ultimately, it's talking about the end of life, mortality, and facing our end honestly. None of us get out of this world without the end we all face together, the same. So this is a chance to really focus on, if this is our last days, are we living the life that we want to be living?
ולך תעלה קדושה כי אתה אלוהינו מלך מוחל וסולח ונתן תוקף קדושת היום כי הוא נורא והיום כי הוא נורא
Let us speak of the sacred power of this day, profound and awe-inspiring. Honor your sovereignty is celebrating your throne from which you rule in truth is established with love. Truly you are judge and prosecutor, expert and witness, completing the indictment, bringing the case, enumerating the counts. Recall all that is forgotten and will open the book of remembrance, which speaks for itself, for our own hands have signed the page.
ותפתח את ספר הזיכרונות ומרב יקרא וחותם יד כל אדם בו ובשופר גדול ייתקע וקודם המדקה יישמע ומלאכים יחפזון וכיל הנה יום הדין, לבכור על צבא מרום בדין, לבכור על צבא מרום בדין, כי לא יזכו בעיניך בדין, וכל באי עולם יעברו לפניך, כבני מרון, כבקרת רועה דרו, מעביר צונו תחת שבטו, כן תעביר ותספור ותמנה ותבכור, נפש כל חי, ותחתו קצרה לכל בריאה, ותכתוב גזר דינם בראש השנה, יקדמון וביום צום כיפור יקדמון. כמה יעברון וכמה ייבדעון, מי יחיה ומי ימות, מי וקיצו ומי לא וקיצו, בראש השנה יקדמון וביום צום כיפור יקדמון. מי באש ומי במים, מי בחרב ומי בחיי, מי בדב ומי בצמא, מי ברש ומי במגבה, בראש השנה יקדמון וביום צום כיפור יקדמון. מי בחניקה ומי בסקילה, מי ינוח ומי ינוע, מי ישקיט ומי יתעורר, בראש השנה יקדמון וביום צום כיפור יקדמון. מי ישלב ומי יתייסר, מי יעני ומי ישיר, מי יושפל ומי ירום, בראש השנה יקדמון וביום צום כיפור יקדמון.
Page 316 at the top. But tshuva, tefillah, and tzedakah have the power to transform the harshness of our destiny. Each person's origin is dust, and each person returns to the earth having spent life seeking sustenance. Scripture compares human beings to a broken shard, withering grass, a shriveled flower, a passing shadow, a fading cloud, a fleeting breeze, scattered dust, a vanishing dream. And you are the sovereign, living God, ever present. As the ark is closed, we turn to page 317 for the Kedusha.
יסוד ציח סרבי קודש המקדישים שמך בקודש, דרי מלאים דרי מטה, ככתוב על ימיך וכרזל זה ויאמר קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות ולעולם הארץ כבודו, כבודו מלא עולם ושרתיו שואלים זה לזה, היה מקום כבודו לעומתם ברוך יומי וברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו יפם ברחמים ויחונם ויחדים שמו ערב ובוקר בכל יום תמיד פעמיים יבוא שמע אומרים
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
הוא אלוהינו, אבינו מלכנו מושיענו, והוא ישמיענו ברחמיו שנדלנה כל חי, להיות לכם לאלוהים.
אני אדוני אלוהיכם.
אדיר אדיננו, אדוני אדוננו, מה אדיר שמך בכל הארץ, ויהיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו אחד, ובדברי קודשך כתוב לאמור.
אם לא אדוני לעולם, אלוהי ציון לדור הללויה.
לדור ודור נגיד גודלך, ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, ושבחך אלוהים מפילולי ושלם ועד, כי על מלך גדול וקדוש אתה, ברוך אתה אדוני, המלך הקדוש.
Amen. We now turn to page 325 in our Machzorim for the great Elena. It's customary to invite anyone who would like to go all the way down. It was done in the Beit HaMikdash in Jerusalem. The great Elena, we just prostrate ourselves before God and really demonstrate true humility, that there is a power greater than us. Page 325, Elena L'Shabbat. The ark is open.
משפחות אדמה שלא שם חלקנו כהם וגורלנו ככל המונם ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא.
As the ark is closed, you may be seated, everyone. This time, friends, you actually can close your Machzorim, believe it or not, your prayer books. I'm going to invite Elena Sher to make her way up to the Vima. And Sam, if you wish to be as well, if you'd like to sit with them or come by yourself, okay. For support.
So we are at the part of our service called the Martyrology. That is the fancy term. It is defined theologically, the rabbis say, that, which touches a little bit actually, as I come to think of it, about what I said during Yizkor, that on Yom Kippur we are asking God, hear our prayer, listen to us, forgive us, help us to do our change, our tshuva, help us do this together. But if, God, you don't want to hear our prayers for whatever reason, you think we're not worthy, then listen to us because of all those who died as martyrs simply for being Jewish. At the very least, on their behalf, of their neshamas, of their souls, you should hear our prayers. So in the Machzor, and you can look at it if you like during the break, there's a listing traditionally of rabbis during the Second Temple, during the Roman revolt, Rabbi Akiva most famously, who was burned at the stake, and other rabbis who were the Hadrian persecutions, they call them, who were trying to practice Judaism publicly, blowing the shofar, as you mentioned, Rosh Hashanah, other things, and sadly, the authorities attacked and killed our people in history. And that is a moment to hold that and kind of bring that before God. But here at Beth Meyer, as well as other shuls across the country and maybe even the world, we don't have to go back 2,000 years, sadly, to think and understand martyrs, even with Pittsburgh and Poway and other chance things have happened in our own world. But we go here at Beth Meyer in particular, given the fact that the Shoah, there are so few survivors left. We still are blessed, thank God, to have second generation, sometimes even third, who've held the memories, who know them directly, who can share the stories well. Sometimes survivors who are living but just not able to physically share them anymore. So they're held in history, and they're held in the voices and the souls of the descendants. And so we invite Elena to come forward here. She's going to speak beautifully and reverently. I've been privileged to read and hear her present about her mother, may she rest in peace, who is a hero. And you will hear her story of her challenge and her survival and her flourishing, if I can say, even afterwards in Canada. You'll hear more about it. But I want to say, just remind everyone, which I think everyone knows, it's Yom Kippur. It's the holiest day of the year. There's a tradition amongst Holocaust survivors that I learned over my rabbinate that if you don't know exactly when one of your family members was killed in the Shoah, often you pick Yom Kippur as the day of the yahrzeit, because what other day are you going to pick? So to ask someone to come speak about one's mother on Yom Kippur, who is a survivor with Yizkor, we can only imagine the level of struggle, the tears inside Alona's heart. We are extremely grateful that she's made this effort. I know she does it out of a love and honor for mother, but I want to remind her and everyone to take your time, and it's okay to cry. It's okay. We're here for you. This is not a rush. They have nowhere to go, as I said before, okay? And we're going to listen here reverently and lovingly. This is not just a presentation, Chevra. This is really like a prayer, okay? So without further ado, invite Alon to come forward.
My mother, Olga Scher, was a Holocaust survivor. She rarely shared her stories with us when we were growing up, but I do remember 4 things she did tell us. 1, the family survived with the help of Felix Drushkevich and the Fedorov family, and some whose names she never even knew. 2, they were in a labor camp for most of the war and avoided deportation to death camps. 3, they hid in an attic for the latter part of the war. And 4, there was a near-death experience with bayonets in bales of hay. I knew there was more to her survival than these 4 things, but was always a little afraid to ask. Would I open up wounds for her? Would I make her cry? In 2002, she wrote her memoir, about 15 years before she passed. It is a small, loose-leaf bound booklet, about 30 pages long. For the last 20 years, I could not bring myself to read it, out of fear of what I might learn. So I thank Rabbi Eric and Rabbi Jenny for giving me an important reason to finally do so, to honor my mother here today and tell her full story beyond the few tidbits that I know. Picture this, a 22-year-old woman walking on the streets of post-war Krakow in 1945. Across the street, she sees a mother, about her age, pushing a baby stroller, and she thinks, life went on. Life went on for some people. But for her, life had not gone on. No school, no marriage, no babies, just survival. That woman was Olga Koretz, my mother. For her, life as she knew it had stopped in 1939. There had been a before, a during, and an after. She was born in Tarnów, Poland in 1923. Her mother, Rosalia, had traveled to Tarnów to be there with her own mother to give birth to her first child. About a week later, my grandfather, Joseph, traveled to Tarnów to meet his little girl and to bring the family home to Borisław. 5 years later, after the birth of her sister, Elena, the family moved to Warsaw because my grandfather had been promoted. Joseph Koretz worked for a plumbing supply company owned by his brother-in-law. He had a white-collar job, and the family was quite comfortable. The Koretz family, like many middle-class Jews in Poland, was also quite secular. Warsaw, a much larger city than Borisław, presented cultural and educational opportunities, a school with both a French and Polish curriculum, ballet lessons and piano lessons. Olga and Elena went swimming at a sports club and attended concerts and the theater. Summer vacations were spent at seaside resorts where the girls swam and Rosalia enjoyed the spa. Winter vacations were spent in the mountains where the entire family skied. Joseph had been an officer in the Polish army, and he instilled discipline and athleticism in his girls, traits they passed on to their children. The family were victims of anti-Semitism early on in Warsaw. Olga was the only Jew in her class, and teachers had no worries about humiliating her. Her memory of ballet class was that she was largely ignored. News from Germany was largely dismissed. A German Jewish doctor who made house calls to the family gave detailed information about the situation there. My grandparents thought, not here. Joseph was very proud of his service in the army and could not fathom that fellow Poles would dishonor him in any way. But the siege of Warsaw began with huge aerial bombardments on September 1st, 1939, following the Nazi invasion of Poland. Land fighting started on September 8th, and the military operation lasted until September 28th, when the Polish garrison capitulated. On October 1st, the Wehrmacht entered Warsaw, which started a period of German occupation that lasted 5 years until the heroic but doomed Warsaw Uprising in August of 1944. The Koretz family had been vacationing at a resort on the Baltic Sea in September 1939 when the siege of Warsaw had begun, and they returned to Warsaw immediately. Like thousands leaving the city, they made their way to the train station. Their evacuation was made easier because my grandfather proudly wore his uniform, a belted tunic with matching trousers and his officer's cap. It still counted for something. At least for now, the Polish population still respected the uniform, especially that of an officer. They were able to board a train, but soon the overcrowded train was bombed, and they were all thrown onto a potato field below the tracks. The low-flying planes killed or wounded many in the field, but the Koretz family survived intact and continued their journey. They spent the next 3 weeks moving east on any available transportation. During those 3 weeks, they met Felix Druszkiewicz, a former colleague of my grandfather. They had worked together at the plumbing supplies company. Mr. Druszkiewicz's army division had been dissolved, and he was destitute after evacuating Warsaw. My grandmother chose to give him some food and some money, though they did not have much of their own at the time. This small act of kindness would be repaid in a way none of them could ever imagine at that time. The Koretz family made it to Lvov, and after almost a year there, sheltering with Rosalia's family, they returned to Borisov in the spring of 1940, as Joseph had found work at a branch of the same plumbing firm. Although life felt stable again, it also felt temporary. And on July 1st, 1941, the German army arrived, victorious, well-dressed, singing and laughing. The Germans publicly proclaimed free play for 24 hours. No crime against Jews would be punished, no matter how egregious. The Koretz family escaped by hiding in barns and bathrooms, listening to the mob steal anything they could carry. 350 Jews were murdered that night. The dead were given a Jewish burial in the Jewish cemetery as soon as it was safe to do so. The cemetery was later destroyed, and today it is a gas station. No gravestones mark the grounds of the 350 Jews. Shortly after occupying Borisov, the Germans moved the Jews to a ghetto. My mother and grandfather had working papers and were able to get jobs at the Beskidian Oil Company, renamed the Carpathian Oil Company. But Rosalia and Elena had no jobs and were vulnerable to deportations. When a large transport loomed, it was decided that Olga would take them to the Fedorovs' farm, about 2 miles from the ghetto. A few words about the Fedorovs. When the Koretz family first arrived back in Borisov in 1940, Olga had attended high school for a short time, and it was there that she met 2 sisters, Yanka and Eva. Eva, a courageous young woman, later joined the Polish resistance. The entire Fedorov family of devout Catholics unhesitatingly provided assistance to my mother's family. At great risk, my mother, my aunt, and my grandmother walked to the Fedorovs after they removed their yellow Star of David armbands. On their approach, they did notice a man looking on suspiciously. The Fedorovs asked no questions and hurriedly took Rosalia and Elena straight to their barn while Olga returned to the ghetto. Rosalia and Elena climbed into the hayloft and buried themselves under the hay. Alas, that onlooker had alerted the Gestapo, and they soon arrived, turning the house over, shouting, "Where are the Jews? Where are the Jews?" A soldier climbed up the ladder in the barn and jabbed violently around in the straw with his bayonet. The tip was inches away from Elena and Rosalia, but he did not find them. For the next 3 days and nights, the entire Fedorov family, Yanka and Eva, their mother Aniela, Yanka's husband Edward, and their 3rd sister Maria, chose to care for the Jewish women despite the terror everyone was experiencing. They brought them food and encouragement, removed their waste, and protected them. After a few days, Rosalia and Elena were able to return to the ghetto. Bertold Bates was the business manager at the oil company where Olga and Joseph worked. Like Schindler, he relied on Jewish workers. The Jews that he rescued from deportation included many unqualified workers, some in poor physical condition, who could not, by any stretch of the imagination, be described as professionals or indispensable to the oil industry. Bates also placed himself at considerable risk by passing on inside information of impending deportations and executions to his Jewish confidants. To protect the indispensable Jewish employees from the raids carried out by the SS, the Carpathian Oil Company housed them and their families in segregated work camps. In the spring of 1943, the Koretz family left the ghetto and moved to the oil company's work camp. Olga, Elena, and their parents continued to have some luck. They had their own room with a small kitchen and could have their meals in their own quarters. But the camp was always heavily guarded, and when Olga and Joseph walked to work each day, it was under the watchful eyes of German guards. In 1944, with the Russians advancing, roundups and deportations became an almost daily occurrence in the ghetto and in the camps, and the threat hung heavily over everyone. In the spring, the chief of the Gestapo had arrived and announced pending deportations of the Jews to protect them from the Soviet army. My grandfather believed it was time to find another hideout for Elena and Rosalia. This time, an attic was discovered in town, but the owners only agreed to hide them for a fee. This is where Felix Druskevich returns the small favor my grandmother had bestowed on him. He supplies the payment for hiding the family in the attic, and Eva Fedorov brings that money from Warsaw every month. They both chose to do this, even at great risk to themselves. As news of the Russian offensive grows, the supervision at the work camp grows lax. It is decided that my mother should go visit her mother and her sister in their hiding place. Olga sneaks out for what she believes is just a short visit. But once there, Eva delivers a message from Joseph. Do not return to camp. There are rumors that a freight train is at the station to deport everyone from the camp. The next day, a note from Eva says that she saw Joseph walking to the train station. Now the three women are terrified for him, but he showed up the next morning. A German colleague from the oil company had helped him sneak through a hole in the fence. Another who made a choice to be courageous and humane. For the first time in a few months, the family was together again. One day, an electrician was called to install a bell, and the family hid in a storage closet partitioned in a corner of the attic. The electrician followed the electric wires in the attic and through the cracks in the partition saw 4 pairs of frightened eyes. Stunned, he turned around and walked away. He was supposed to return the next day, but he never came back to finish the work. The Kortz family did not know what to do. They decided not to say anything to their landlord and hoped the electrician would not denounce them. He did not. He made a heroic choice that had consequences beyond those 4 Kortz family members. All communications and contact between the Kortz family while they were separated, and then between them and the outside world when they were all hiding in the attic for the final 4 months of the year, were provided by Eva, who stayed by their side throughout the ordeal and brought what food and news she could. On Thursday, May 24th, 1944, my grandfather spent his 40th birthday in the attic. My grandmother had asked the landlady to bring lilacs from the garden, as the family knew that it was spring outside. 2.5 months later, on August 8th, 1944, the Russians liberated Borisov. The landlord opened the door and told Joseph, "The Russians are here now. You can leave. But your family must stay until it gets dark. I don't want my neighbors to see that I was hiding Jews." The Polish truck driver and his Ukrainian wife who hid them were considered helpers by Yad Vashem, but not righteous, as their motivation was pure personal financial gain. Although the Kortz family was now free, the Russians were suspicious of any surviving Jews, believing they had cooperated with the Germans. Food is scarce, and the family relies on the kindness of former neighbors or strangers for places to stay. Eventually, some sort of normalcy returns, though the anti-Semitism is still felt. Jews are afraid to return to the small villages they left during the war. A post-war pogrom in Kilche had resulted in the massacre of 40 survivors, accused of blood libel, an anti-Semitic trope accusing Jews of the ritualistic killing of Christian youth in order to use their blood for religious purposes. In May of 1945, the family moved to Krakow, a beautiful city untouched by the war. But the Kortz family does not feel safe in Poland and makes plans to emigrate to Canada, where Rosalia's sister has lived since before the war. Although the Polish bureaucracy presented numerous challenges, in 1949, the family arrived in Canada after a 2-week voyage. They were safe at last. For the first few years in Montreal, the family finds work to become financially independent of their Canadian relatives. Olga as a lab technician, Joseph as a bookkeeper, Elena in a business office, and Rosalia crochets for pocket money. Joseph and Rosalia befriended many Polish Jewish immigrants and recreated their European lifestyle, meeting friends for coffee on Saturday afternoons and vacationing in lakeside resorts like Lake Placid. 2 years after arriving in Montreal, Olga met Ben Scher, a Canadian born to Russian immigrants. My Bubby and Zadie had emigrated to escape the pogroms in their home country. 6 months after they met, Ben and Olga are married, a union that lasted 55 years until Ben's death in 2006. They gifted their 3 children, me, my older brother Julian, and our younger brother Emil, with a love of reading, learning, and tikkun olam. Olga stayed home until Emil started kindergarten and then started work as a teacher to match the children's school hours. She left that first teaching job for one as a special education teacher in the Department of Child Psychiatry at the Jewish General Hospital in Montreal and eventually completed a master's degree in special ed while working full-time and raising her 3 children. She worked in the child psychiatry department for 36 years, and the hospital dedicated a playground in her honor for her inspiration and creativity. My grandfather's love of skiing had been passed on to Olga, and my brothers and I all went to ski school. To this day, my 70-year-old brother Julian has an annual pass for Mont Tremblant. In the 1970s, my mother and I attended exercise classes at the YMYWHA, and we became runners together, completing several 10K races and enjoying long runs on Mount Royal in Montreal. My brothers eventually got the running bug as well, and the 3 of us completed 3 marathons together. This fall, Emil will complete his 22nd marathon at the age of 64. Ben and Olga were lifelong learners and both participated in and then led courses at the Thomas More Institute, a secular liberal arts academic institution that offers university-level discussion courses. For half a century, Olga led discussions in history, philosophy, and the fate of the earth. And in her 90s, she moved the discussion circles to seniors' residences. The Institute presented her with a Lifelong Learning Award in 2014. When my father had a leg amputated and was confined to a wheelchair, they determined they could no longer endure the Montreal winters. Olga retired from the Jewish General Hospital at the age of 71, and my parents became snowbirds, wintering in Lighthouse Point, Florida, from January through March. Of course, while there, they volunteered at the local public library and attended courses at a local university. And they did all of this without a car because neither had ever learned to drive. When in Montreal, Olga volunteered as a docent at the Montreal Holocaust Memorial Center. She learned to tell her story in ways that were meaningful to school children. As a colleague from the center remembered, when she looked at you, you could feel her kindness, and when she told her story, you couldn't help but be pulled in. She had a talent for helping you understand what the Holocaust meant for humanity. My mother remembered a professor in Poland asking how she could manage in university after the war. Manage, she thought? I wanted to make sure that I had heard right. After all we had been through, I knew in my heart that in the future, I would be able to manage anything and overcome any obstacle. But my mother's past was always with her. As my brother Julian said in her obituary, like many war survivors, you always felt she could never quite shake the dread. So she was forever saving flattened sheets of used aluminum foil, plastic wrapping, bags and containers. Nothing should be thrown away, all neatly put away, because you never know when you might need it. Our family lore includes jokes about what we might find in the plastic containers in the fridge. The yogurt, as described on the label, or leftover chicken. Nothing was too small to keep. What did my mother's survival mean for me? She was a serious person, as I am, but she also modeled strength and warmth. I competed for my first IT job as the lone female in a group of a dozen men, trained for and ran my first marathon in New York City at the age of 31, and welcomed being a stepmom at the age of almost 40. My mother's legacy is greater than that, however. Her grandchildren and great-grandchildren from my bonus family all love to read, learn, and exercise. They are working to improve people's lives in many ways, through medical data analysis, social work, nutrition and fitness, and documentary filmmaking. And there are soccer players, cyclists, runners, skiers, horseback riders, and physical fitness trainers among them. There is always something more to understand, another article to read, another movie to watch, another goal to reach, another walk to take, another hand to hold. My grandmother's undying spirit taught us that. So said her granddaughter, Miriam Tremblay-Cher, at her funeral. If you have grandparents living today, ask them for their stories. Or if you are a grandparent, share your stories with your grandchildren. Stories connect us and build empathy and understanding. In this age of sharing photos and videos, the emotional engagement that comes from just talking and listening can get lost. Try not to let that happen. Find the time to share your stories. It is a miracle that I am here today to tell my mother's story, the improbable consequences of courageous choices made by some people, including strangers, resulted in my mother's survival. My mother honored Felix Drushkevich and the entire Fedorov family in the Righteous Among the Nations at Yad Vashem, and I'm honored to have shared her story with you all today. And again, thank the rabbis for this opportunity.
Thank you, Elena, for sharing your heart, your soul, your family's story. Such a blessing. You are living her legacy, and it's a miracle that you're here to be. All of us are here to be, to celebrate Yom Kippur together with you. Thank you. Tov, we continue now. Conclusion of Musaf service, just a few more prayers. Shema Kolenu, page 346.
Shema Kolenu Adonai Eloheinu
time, we invite our Leviim and Konim to get ready for the Deepening in just a minute or two. Hear our voice, Adonai our God, be kind and have compassion for us, willingly and lovingly accept our prayer. Turn us toward you, Adonai, and we'll return to you. Make our days seem fresh as they once were. Continue on page 347. Our God and God of our ancestors, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement together. For we are your people and you are our God.
We are your children
and you are our parent. We are your servants and you are our master. We are a congregation and you are our portion. We are your heritage and you are our destiny. We are your flock and you are our shepherd. We are your vineyard and you are our guardian. We are your creatures and you are our creator. We are your spouse and you are our beloved. We are your cherished ones and you are near to us. We are your people and you are our sovereign. We are the ones you address and you are the one to whom we speak. Ki anu amecha 347.
Ki anu
amecha ata Eloheinu anu anecha v'ata Avinu anu avadecha v'ata Adonenu anu ye'alecha v'ata Chelkeinu anu nachladecha v'ata Goraleinu anu shonecha v'ata Ro'enu anu karmecha v'ata notrenu anu ve'uladecha v'ata Yotzreinu anu arayadecha v'ata Dodenu anu segulatecha v'ata Keruvenu anu amecha v'ata Malkeinu anu mamirecha v'ata mamireinu. We rise together, page 348. Our God and God of our ancestors, hear our prayer. Do not ignore our plea. Our God and God of our ancestors, we are neither so insolent nor so obstinate as to claim in your presence that we are righteous, without sin. For we, like our ancestors who came before us, have sinned. 348 on the right side. Ashamnu. Ashamnu, bagadnu, gazalnu, dibarnu, dovi, hevinu, ve'irshanu, zadnu, chamasnu, tafalnu, sheker, yatznu ra, kizavnu, latznu, maradnu, niatznu, sararnu, avinu, pashanu, tsararnu, kishinu, oef, rashanu, shichadnu, tiavnu, tainu, titanu. Now turn to page 351, the left side of the page, responsibly with Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha. Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, willingly, unwillingly, and willingly.
V'alachet shechatanu lefanecha, through hardening our hearts.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, thoughtlessly.
V'alachet shechatanu lefanecha, in idle chatter.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through sexual immorality.
V'alachet shechatanu lefanecha, openly and in private.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, knowingly and deceitfully.
V'alachet shechatanu lefanecha, by the way we talk.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by defrauding others.
V'alachet shechatanu lefanecha, in our innermost thoughts.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through forbidden trysts.
V'alachet shechatanu lefanecha, through empty confession.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by scorning parents and teachers.
V'alachet shechatanu lefanecha, by purposely and by mistake.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, by resorting to violence.
V'alachet shechatanu lefanecha, by public desecration of your name.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through foul speech.
V'alachet shechatanu lefanecha, through foolish talk.
Al Chet Shechatanu Lefanecha, through pursuing the impulse to evil.
wittingly and unwittingly.
Together, for all these sins, forgiving God, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement. Through denial and deceit.
By taking bribes.
By clever cynicism.
By speaking badly of others.
By the way we do business.
In our eating and drinking.
By greed and oppressive interest.
Through arrogance.
In everyday conversation.
Through conspiratorial glances.
Through condescension.
Through ego.
Together, for all these sins, forgiving God, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement. By throwing off all restraint.
By rashly judging others.
By plotting against others.
Through selfishness.
Through superficiality.
Through stubbornness.
By rushing to do evil.
Through gossip.
Through empty promises.
Through baseless hatred.
By betraying a trust.
By succumbing to confusion.
Together, for all these sins, forgiving God, forgive us, pardon us, grant us atonement. Remain standing and turn to page 356 for the Birkat HaKohanim. As I explained at Rosh Hashanah, many of you are familiar, this is the oldest blessings in our tradition. It's customary to close your eyes, to cover yourself with your talit, perhaps to wrap yourselves with loved ones around you. Or if you don't have a loved one who's here in body, perhaps you wrap yourself and imagine them with you in spirit. The Kohanim have no special power. They are simply channeling God's love and God's peace through them to the people of our oldest, beautiful, ancient traditions. Back to the Beit HaMikdash.
Kohanim.
Kedushecha kamor. Amen.
Yivarechecha Adonai Ve'yishmerecha Kiratzon Yair Adonai Panav Elecha Vichuneka Yaseim Lecha Shalom
Page 357.
358.
Continue now to page 358 with Hayom. Hayom, beautiful pute.
Hayom, 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 Tzionu, amen. Hayom, 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 hayom,
Kaddish Shalem 359.
Yitkata
V'yigada Shem v'yiraba Amen v'yalma Hiroteh v'yamli v'alvodeh E'ayron Hungary. Veiru ame ame Shemer. Hallelujah, ame 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 ame. Yitbara ve'ishtava. Ve'yidroma ve'yidnase ve'yitadar ve'yitale ve'yitala. Birihu le'ela le'ela v'goyerada ve'shirada ve'shirada ve'nemada ve'yama v'imru amen yitgabel zelodam v'odon decho Yisrael kadem avuhon d'Yisrael heru amen Yeshalam Rabba mi Shamaya V'yalko Yisrael ya 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 Amen. Oh, say shalom b'imrama. Shalom aleinu ya 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 ya
Ve'al kol Yisrael v'imru. Amen.
Tov, Gamar Tov, everyone. We've made it to the end of morning davening here on Yom Kippur. So a couple reminders. Right as we conclude just now, we have a minhag, a tradition of Beth Meyer, to open up the ark and invite those who would like to come and offer personal prayers before the open Aron Kodesh during this break time. So once we conclude, if you'd like to line up here at the bottom of the steps, we'll open up the ark, invite everyone as quietly as they can to make their way to the lobby and out into the plaza and various places to allow special time for families and individuals to offer personal prayers for the ark. After that, starting, it looks like at 2:30, till 5 o'clock, we will have study sessions happening in the chapel and on Zoom. We have Will Brown, Henry Schaefer, and our executive director, Jonathan Wertheim, who are all offering lessons one after the other, basically approximately an hour or so, something like that. We'll come back at 5:45 for Mincha, 6:45 for Ne'ilah. The closing service will be beautiful, dressed in white with the children. Children are invited to come at 7 o'clock in the library to line up. 7:45 approximately is Havdalah, followed by a break at the fest. So with that, we're going to conclude. We invite all those who would like to have special prayers to make their way to the steps here, and everyone invites you quietly to make your way out. Gamar Chatima Tova. Ya 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 So we invite people to take their way out as quietly as you can. We already have families beginning in front of the open ark. Shana Tova, Gamar Tov.